Hello, and welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Monday, so we're back on in Factorio, Planetary Pioneers, and having another look at Igrys, because, well, we made some progress out here last week, and now it's time to carry on and actually start making the science packs. So, I'll give you a quick run over of what we've done. We've pulled some stone out of the ground, we've pulled some copper out of thin air, we've made some bricks, we've covered them in copper, we've turned stone into some sort of magical glass, and that is broken, so I'm going to need to fix that, because I believe that's my responsibility, although Tristan might say otherwise. We've started making red science packs here, and then we started crystallising the magic juice down into blue, red and green crystals, and then turning those crystals into tesseracts. And then we're ready to start making the science over here, once Mike has finished the process up here that he's working on, where he's making, he's working towards making purple science, and at the moment I think the next stage of that is going to be red circuits. So that's coming along quite nicely, but there's a little bit of fixing required. So let's get on with that. Stop it,
we
Sophia.
have to switch over to technical difficulties, and Tristan has to restart the server with some different settings.
Oh,
I tried to work out what mod could have changed to do that.
what is technically difficult?
Check
You
the
could have
build
creative
menu. Yeah.
So oh dear, we don't seem to be able to. No, wait, hang on. I'm not sure. I theoretically could make things if I had the stuff. And we have testing tools available as well.
Yeah.
That's not meant to happen.
But yeah, you could. Yeah.
Oh dear. Someone's left testing mode on, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, editor extensions has somehow allowed that.
Why is Tristan so
Is
quiet?
it possible to just turn it off, or do we have to restart?
Well,
I think that's going to be
better with the
server
restart.
Yeah, one of my worries is if we've accidentally turned something on like that, like a cheat mode on, then we might end up with things that we shouldn't have because we've accidentally cheated. Okay, well, things are going to be
Perhaps
How is it
Tristan
turned
load
on?
the one from Monday and not the
I did.
not
I
anything
just didn't
else.
synchronize mod put to it.
Oh, right. So you've got an extra mod installed. I see.
I just had a far reach update as a different from last time.
Yeah, that's what I had as well.
Right. Well, I won't start building anything, but I will start. I will do a little bit of thinking.
Hello, chat.
So yes, I should say hello to people. Hello, Inks. Hello, Doopy. Hello, Blake. Hello, Regular. Hello, Madman. And hello, Aereo. So yes, we appear to have some and Solran and Space Kissinger and then the people who are actually playing in the game as well, who I've already said hello to in Discord. Yeah, so we seem to be having some issues. It turns out that Tristan had a mod loaded when he was doing some cheaty stuff recently, and then forgot to turn it off again before we got started. So I think
I haven't though.
Oh, he hasn't.
No, so I don't know what's causing this.
Okay, that's.
I mean, classic debug technique. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I can quit and single player load the save from last time and see if that shows any
Look the
difference.
same.
Yeah.
So, please hold. We will be the normal service will be resumed as soon as possible because there seems to have been some sort of confusion in the in the mod settings. So yeah.
Same for me. So
Yeah, testing tools are available.
are enabled.
Suddenly for some reason.
So the only difference I have basically is the far reach update we apparently did.
So the editor extensions mod is installed, and I don't think it should be. Is it worth removing that mod and starting again?
I haven't fired up Factorio since last week, and that was the only change I had was the far reach. Where it just said, "Oh, you need to install far reach." I was like, I thought I already had.
You'll need to update it because presumably
Yeah, which is fair.
version or something.
Presumably.
Which mod do you think it is?
I'm wondering if it's the editor extensions mod because that's in there, and
Extensions.
I don't think it should be.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember ever hearing. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it before, and I looked through the mods fairly extensively when we were setting the game up initially.
If I'm looking at the save from last week and loading it, there's no changes for me, and it's still there.
Yeah, the Planetary Pioneers mod requests editor extensions.
Yeah.
Because we've had it in
Yeah.
for ages.
Oh, okay.
That means it's not dependent. Nothing is dependent on it, because otherwise it wouldn't be. Planetary Pioneers wouldn't depend on it. If there's something else that required it.
Okay. Well, we better
So I
start
can
fiddling with things then. Try removing it and see what happens. Then that's probably the first place to. I don't know where that would come from. So yes, we appear to be in cheat mode accidentally, basically, which is a little bit unfortunate. And thank you, Blake. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you too. Well done on catching up with the passive odds area. That's quite an achievement. We do churn out quite a lot of content every week. This headset works fine, Laurence. So no problems there. I haven't looked at the old one yet. We are in theory, when we're not on the main menu screen, we are currently working on Igrys, which is a planet of magic and pulling copper out of the air and other similar sort of things. So we'll we've made some good progress there. We're nearly ready to start producing science packs.
So it did a bunch of removal of Rubia recipes, but it started up without those things. So I'm inclined to say,
I just reloaded. Yeah, I just reloaded my save point from the end of last week, well, from where I left last week, which isn't the end, I admit, and that was absolutely fine. So I'm guessing it is a map side setting, rather than a specific mod is the point, because I didn't have to remove any mods, or I didn't add any mods.
Okay. Should we go for it with with that mod removed if that fixes it, and then we can try and work out what the problem is for next time, because we're supposed to be playing the game at the moment rather than trying to bug fix it. And I know that's.
Tristan, do you have the things currently in or not?
So I've taken Planetary Pioneers and editor extensions out.
Okay. Let's do the same, and then I'm going to get restarting. Editor extensions.
Right, it's up.
And Planetary Pioneers.
Weird. When I'm loading the save from last Monday, it's there. But when we had a train issue and I load that one, it is not there. So something happened towards the end of the stream that must have enabled this, I think.
Alright, so removing those, Factorio seems to be loading. Tristan's got the server up, so that's clear. It seems to have sorted it. It might be map settings somewhere. I think we're going to have a look into it between streams, because I say we want to get on with actually playing the game at this point.
Yeah, there is a setting which I just thought it could be, but it's not a map setting. It's a personal setting where you can enable or disable to have the items, the ghostable items thing in the interface settings, but
that shouldn't give you infinite cheat chests, infinite chests, and that sort of thing. So yeah. I think a buffer chest is possible, Blake. I can't. Probably too many people trying to join at the same time. But the problem is the inserters aren't fast enough because to maintain a full belt going in and a full belt coming out. So because we don't have loaders, I don't really want to use buffer chests like that. So it is possible to have multiple chests and therefore multiple inserters, and then you can pull quite a lot more through. In fact, that's the system that Mark has used for the copper production, so that it can carry on running over, so it can run during the night and then output it during the day. However, if I can squeeze it in there, then I think this should probably be okay. Yeah, we will. Normal service will be resumed as soon as we possibly can. We just need to get back into the game. Yes, Peter. So we've had a bit of a problem with a mod giving us all of the cheat tools for some reason. We're not quite sure exactly why it's happened. We found a temporary workaround for now, and we'll look into it a bit more during the week and make sure it doesn't happen again, or hopefully make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, right.
Sophia is asking for a hat. I suppose I should do that. There we go. There's a hat.
It doesn't require that. So that's why it's in the Planetary Pioneers mod pack, because it wasn't a requirement. So at some point in time we apparently made a conscious decision to add it, but it's.
Or
didn't
it was
have
a
the same
prerequisite at one point and stopped being one.
effect. Oh yeah, could
But
be.
then why would it be in the Planetary Pioneers mod? Because doesn't that
Because
just call...
it was stopped being a prerequisite before I created the Planetary Pioneers mod.
Maybe, yeah. Right, are any of us in? I mean, I seem to be, but...
I'm in. Yep.
Is anyone not in?
I'm loading in now.
I'm
Tristan's
connecting.
got his one at a time loading thing, hasn't he?
Yeah, probably.
I didn't actually turn that on, so from...
I've been getting can't connect to server.
Yeah, I've been getting that a lot.
Yeah, I did
I
get
think you
that.
have got it turned on.
I think that it may or may not be actually turned on, but it takes effect even anyway.
Yeah. It's not turned on, but that function is essentially functioning.
Yeah.
It's not turned on, but it's on.
Yeah, basically. It's not turned
there's
on.
a similar effect.
Yeah.
I mean, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, mate, yeah. I know what you're saying.
I just checked our mod list where we decided which to add, and it's in there. Added to extensions with
Okay.
one man
shrug.
shrugging and no thumbs up. So I don't know.
So it probably
I
shouldn't be in
thought
there.
we'd have added it because I didn't add anything didn't have someone saying yes, let's have this.
Can we get started, even if somebody's going to take a little while to catch up? Because I don't like streaming a black screen.
I'll turn the game speed down.
Okay, yeah, that's quite probably fine because then I can talk about things. Right, so yes, over here, yes, these machines will only produce copper during the night because that's how they work. So in order to keep a steady supply of copper flowing through the factory, we've got a buffering system up here. Now they buffer 100 copper plates inside them, so we probably would be able to have a decent amount of copper flowing through even anyway. However, in the interest of keeping things sort of safe and working, we've got some additional chests at the top here. I could probably, in theory, do the same sort of thing over here. It'd be a little bit bigger, but I could fit it in over here and up here. However, I suspect that if I make sure this goes onto the inside of the belt there and there, wow, that's really slow. Then this is going to prioritise that because inserters are lazy and will always take from the near side if they can. So doing it like this, and we only spit back out a sixth of what we take in. So hopefully that's then going to be enough, and we'll do the same sort of thing over here. So if I am nearby, that's convenient. So I can come up here, I can move this pylon over to there again, pull that up, and then over here if we put a belt there and a belt there, no, not there, then the stone will always end up on the insides. So now I can come down here, I can pick up a load of this, and we'll see, there you go, we're pulling through on one side of that like that. So hopefully that'll allow, I may need to do quite a lot of this. I suppose the problem with this is that it's swapping the sides over. So when these machines output stone, it has to go into these machines and vice versa. And there is an awful lot of it that's sort of accidentally stockpiled. Actually, if I stand here, then I'll only pick up half as much.
Nice.
Turn my exoskeleton off, actually.
Hi, I've seen your note about 5x5 machines.
Oh, thank you. Just wanted to check.
Let's just pick it up.
To double check, is that for
Right, and there we go. The magic
everything,
glass coming out now.
or is
No,
it
for the machine.
literally just the science pack? Yep. Okay, gotcha. Yep, that's fine. That was my
there you go.
interpretation, but I thought I should check just to be on the safe side.
So, there we go. Now we're chucking the magic glass out again.
Actually,
Problem is I also need to pull it off this part
fluid.
as well.
pipe passing through would also be useful with that, because they're not aligned with each other, which is
Right,
super
I
helpful.
think that is now unclogged.
Nice, thank you.
The question remains to see whether this actually stays unclogged and carries on working. We might need to put in some sort of side balancing system up here. This is going to be a problem, because up here we're going to take off the left side by priority, but the stone going round is going to be put onto the machines going to the right side. Yeah. Maybe. Oh dear, this is going to get complicated. For the moment, it's okay because we're refilling the whole system. So that's it. So we're pulling enough through that it's all right. But when it stops, it's going to. So what I'm trying to say here is, when with this gets to sort of full up to capacity and we don't need the full flow, the full flow going through, we're going to be pulling through the magic glass that's on the left-hand side of the belt, which means that we're going to be pulling through, the stone is going to be coming through on the left-hand side of the belt, and therefore going around to this side, going into these machines, which are the ones that output onto the right-hand side of the belt. However, I can fix that by just turning all of these to be drop on near side, all of those, and all of these. And then they're going to be using up their own waste, if you'll pardon the expression. So there we go. Now, that shouldn't back up, because if we're pulling through the magic glass on one side, then we are using the stone from that side as well. Now, I do also need to pull through stone here to get these machines running again. Hang on a minute, that's wrong. Have I got this wrong? I have. These should all be far side inserting, because I'll show you in a second once I fix the mistake. So you set all these to drop on the far side, because yes, because then, well, so it drops it on. If it drops it onto the far side, it's going to come up here on the right-hand side of the belt. Then it's going to go round here, and then that one's going to be the one that gets stuck because we're feeding on the left there. But around here, it's going to be the right-hand side one that gets fed.
Okay.
So it'll go back down here and then be reused. So yes, it was correct the first time round. Yes, you're quite right, Peter. It was the right way round originally. Right. So I just need to pull a bit more stone through. There we go. Yes, now it's this one. This one's flowing around, and it's these machines that can start working again. So yeah, this is indeed now correct. Pull some of that through, and hopefully that's going to be enough that it'll start working all by itself. And I'll do the same over here to get these ones to kick in. As soon as any of the machines start working, then I think, yeah, like that, then I think we should be okay. I now, of course, have a massive quantity of stone in my inventory, but I'm sure I can get rid of that somehow by going over here and putting it into these machines. No, I can't, because they're drills, and you can't put into drills. All right, then. Fine, we'll do it I haven't got any chests. We'll find some other way to do it. What else? Oh, these machines use stone. That's fine. I'll dump it into these smelters, furnaces, because they don't have a feedback loop, so there's not going to be any problem from chucking it in there. Right, so there we go. Now I think I was going to say this should be okay. It's not okay. It's jammed up again already. For goodness sake. And on both sides as well.
There's more of these rocks than there were last time.
You keep saying that.
I'm so suspicious of these rocks.
Mike is trying to start a conspiracy.
I'm not. I'm just suspicious of the rocks.
All right, having pulled a bit through there, that is now working.
Mike, you were talking about importing cliff explosives. How much do you want to have per ship?
Approximately 1 metric shed load.
I see Saphira is now also sticking gems in my trash slots in an attempt to just be annoying. Why am I not surprised?
We're currently buffering up to 800 on Novice. Is that sufficient?
No. I would invite you to have a short nosy. You see this?
Yes.
I want it gone. All of it.
Disappear at what?
Yes, at some point we're going to need to do some rebuilding over on Maluna, and Mike has decided the first stage of that is to remove the cliffs. There are a few cliffs on this planetoid.
What are you lacking for making them yourself?
I don't actually know, in fairness. I haven't looked at the recipe yet, so let's do that.
You could just...
hang on.
Oh, okay.
You need
Well,
calcite and sulfur.
Yes, no God, I can see. Yes, lining up the gems in the trash slots in a sort of bejeweled kind of way does sound like it would make sense. I can.
I mean, sulfur
appreciate
is
that.
available on Maluna, and the Richard Dean
It's
Addison.
calcite.
I can swing by with the Richard Dean Addison and just you can request it from there.
Oh, just bang my knee on my desk. Oh, that really hurts.
I recommend not doing that.
Man down. Man down. It's all gone wrong. Oh, it really hurts. I do not. Oh, that. should not hurt that much. Right.
Yeah, it's sort of the knee equivalent of the funny bone, is it?
Basically, yeah. I didn't even know there was such a thing. But I found it, guys. Oh, that really is not comfortable.
Does sound quite humorous.
Oh dear. Go suck a lemon.
How long do you think it'll be until Tristan kicks Sophia from the game?
Why
I
would
wouldn't
you
have us
do
doing
that?
this, to be honest.
Well,
Oi, oi! You taking my armor? Give me back my armor.
Just having a look to see if there's any kind of alternate recipes we can use to bone fragments.
I don't want to know about your recipes to bone fragments. Thank you very much.
Ayo.
Right.
So
Well,
some of these things are very
while we're
like,
waiting,
okay.
let's take some more of these guys, and I'll need the modules as well to go with it.
Ooh, advanced oxide asteroid chunk crushing. So let us do a.
That is the sound of Mike discovering new recipes. Please do not be too alarmed. Oh, I could do some blue belts
Well,
as well.
I've just realised what you need to do to get that recipe. At which point we get the advanced words.
Advanced words. Gosh,
Yeah,
I think I might need some more
I
pilots as well.
sail chap. Yes.
Let's ring
Ma-
out
ma-
the thesaurus.
I challenged one of the data engineers in my team. Or he came to me and goes, "Look at me, I've passed the data engineering course." And there's a running joke that I don't accept anything less than perfection, just because I'm horrible that way.
I think we need
And
some
he
more
passed
medium pylons.
Something like 80%. And so I went, I can do better than that. I'll take the course myself. I sat the exam early. I did it in a rush. I got 90%, but my brain is currently fried. Very, very much struggling with basically everything. Advanced oxide asteroid crushing. So you crush it, you get ice, calcite, sand, and a chance of your asteroid chunk back, which is kind of interesting.
Sounds
But you need to
about
go to Believer to get the agricultural science pack first.
Oh, okay.
That's standard vanilla.
Is it?
Fair enough.
I thought the
Yeah.
No, maybe no. I'm not sure what I'm thinking of, but yeah, that sounds reasonable actually. Okay, so now I can put in some more some more drills along here because we have some. They've been delivered, and I noticed that the stone supply that's going through seems to be insufficient. The system requires more, so I'm going to make it happy by putting in a load of extra drills. At least until I run out of modules, and I'm going to cry a little bit because we're getting through so many of them to do this.
Just
Right.
Are you expecting to make blue circuits? I don't think so for the purple science. They don't make-
I'm not planning to, but I can
Okay.
reserve a space and add them into the list.
No. Sophia's asking for a job, so I'm going to ask him to make blue circuits.
There is an option for importing blue circuits from Lignumis, although currently I'm not sure Lignumis is producing enough blue circuits for another planet to start taking them.
I think we
can
will
I-
make them on site. Anyway,
Yeah. Make
Tristan,
it
you're
on site.
very quiet. Are you too far away from your microphone?
who? Me?
You. Yes, that's you, Tristan.
No, I'm just quiet.
Okay, because I've turned you all the way up to 200% and you're still drowned out by everyone else.
They're all noisy. people.
Laurence, did you remember that the electric motors request on the Meluna spaceship seems to be broken?
Okay, I had not remembered that.
So, Tristan, can I draw your attention to this, please?
Yeah, you
Jeez.
can. Those can move. That's fine.
Okay, fine. As long as you're happy with that. I was just sort of sitting there saying there's going to come a point when some of that power is going to need to be redistributed. And
And that entire water pipe can disappear as well.
excellent. What water pipe?
Yep.
Well, I assume you want the pump jacks then. So
Oh, some more free blue belts. Awesome. Right.
Just the east-west pipe.
Yes, the rocks are doing the thinking
okay.
for us. That's about right. So the return rate is a lot less than 50% over here. It's a 1 in 6. The recipe takes in 300 and spits back out 50. So the problem isn't so much by the by the proportion of stone that's coming back out again. The problem is the quantity of it. So when the system is running at high speed, we can end up with an enormous amount being thrown out at the same time, and then and if the machines on the other side on the inputs aren't ready to take in quite enough of it, that's when it starts to jam up and have problems. When we suddenly throw several hundred at it because all of the backlogs are filled up excessively. At the moment, it seems to be mostly okay, but I'm still a little bit concerned. I think we may end up having to put in a system like this to give us a lot more capacity in the buffer at some point. But for now, I'm going to see if this works, because this was nice. It's nice and simple and easy.
Mike, do you know how much space you need for purple science? And could you indicate to Severe where that ends so he can make blue science after that, please?
Right, so over here, oh yes, this request is okay. It is trying to request something
the
from
slightly
Maluna.
more serious answer,
Just
I'm
from
just pinging right as far away to the east as you can see, is I don't have an exact number of tiles, but I'm actually a little concerned about how close this Igrys water mine is.
Really?
I'm going to aim to fit it all in by then.
Electric engines.
Because there's a lot of like making rails. Actually, no. In fairness, maybe I have got all this stuff already. Okay, in that case, maybe it will be by that Roboport. No, that Roboport. That kind of range. I mean, it's also about quantity. How many is necessary?
That's where.
I told you the quantity last week, and I can't remember what I said.
I have it written down actually here. You said 1/3 to that was limit. No, you just said purple science. Hang on. Hello, yes, what's up?
Right, so the problem with electric motors being taken up from onto the Maluna transport is that Maluna is making them very, very slowly, because there's only a single machine making them.
Horrible job.
So I might have to multiply that one up a little bit. And so the system is working. It's just it's just there isn't enough available on Maluna to satisfy the ship at the moment, and it's going to be quite a long time until there is, because they're being made very, very slowly. So that's why it's got stuck at Maluna.
I've got that before me, so I'm saved that job.
I don't think I need them too urgently at the moment, though. So let's send it off to Lignumis manually, and then hopefully by the time it's swung back round again, the extra machines I've put in on Maluna to make the electric engines a bit more quickly. Maybe they'll be sufficient there now then to fill a rocket up. That would be nice. Okay.
So then, could you design a blue circuit thing, making area, and work out what, how much space you need for it?
Oh, on Igrys, the massive yellow patches on the mini-map, these are rivers of light oil. So we have enormous quantities of light oil available on the map, to the point where they're sort of almost impassable, certainly by belts. And I don't know what we can use to potentially fill them in. Offshore pumps, apparently. No, I'm not sure I don't know whether it's foundation or landfill, or we haven't really looked into it, to be honest, because there's quite a lot of empty space down here. But yes, these are oceans or rivers of light oil, which is handy for making solid fuel, at least. Could I pick the stone up from the output belt? Oh, that's an interesting thought. That's a definite maybe. Would it help? It certainly can't hurt. So yeah, let's give it a try. Because if we can gather the stone in from this side as well, without it even going all the way round through the whole prioritizer, then that might help a lot. It's certainly worth a try. Thank you for the suggestion, Doopy. Much appreciated. Give that a shot.
Mark, I didn't notice your request for a job as well. Could you make LDS and rocket fuel, please?
Sure. It just started an extension on Norvis.
Shall I take that then? Because I'm currently I don't have a lot to do.
Do you need it? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Laurence has grabbed it. You've been too slow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'll-
I might not have been paying attention, Tristan. Did you have a job for me as well?
Yes. Can you make blue circuits, please?
So, did I
Yep.
gather, Mike? Were you saying that you want all the space from there to the water patch for your whatever it is for your purple science and things?
I think he's being
Um,
excessive, but
I might be being excessive, but I don't think I'm going to be as excessive as you think I am.
Right. Okay.
The
And
rate
yeah, it
is
could-
1.5 per second.
light oil might as well go over here because that's just going to be grabbing some of that light oil. Sorry, rocket fuel. Grabbing some of that light oil.
That's true. Yeah, I could easily fit it in over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I suspect that's going to be a fairly trivial one, which is
All
why
right.
I grouped it with LPS.
I'll get that done, and then I can come back and worry about about where we're going to put it. I mean, we might end up putting it down here, perhaps, or maybe moving the solar, or maybe in. I was going to say here, but in where the solar is at the moment. But I don't. But the problem
Yeah,
with
the
that.
solar can move. I'm completely fine with that.
Yeah, it's just I'm aware that the stuff below the bus is currently the sort of the crystal handling and stuff like that. But then that could also flow straight past it as well. So all of these are certainly possible. In fact, the whole crystal production thing should probably be quite a lot further north, because at the moment it's just it's only there because of where the landing pad is, I think. But never mind. Right, so rocket fuel.
Tristan.
That's going to be easy.
Yep.
Right. So you want me to make blue circuits, which is fine. Do we have red, green, and sulfuric acid?
We have red and green. We do not have sulfuric acid.
Okay. And how
so
many how many are you expecting out from this system?
This is rocket launching only, so it's not going to need to be a crazy amount. It's not for science.
Well, yeah, you need to give me a number.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking.
2 a second, perhaps.
So that would be 3 rocket parts per second. So that would be
Actually,
yeah, that seems fast enough. Yes.
All right.
just
2
so
a second
you're
it is,
aware,
and
there
where
is
do you want it?
there is an Igrian special recipe for making for making sulfuric acid.
Where do you want it?
Could you design it in the blueprint lab? Because I
Okay.
don't know where Mike's gonna let you slot it in.
Yeah, no
Don't know
problem.
we don't know how big Mike is going to be.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Oh, it's an assembly machine. I thought it. When I found it wasn't done in a chemical plant, I realised it probably was done in an assembly machine. So one of those in there, and tell you to do rocket fuel, and then we'll check the ratios actually, because I'm probably way out on this. So this is going to produce 1 a second. This is going to use 0.83 a second. Actually, that's pretty close. I feel okay with having those two on the same thing. That said, let's move this down a bit and just use the one offshore pump. I mean, I know it doesn't actually matter, but it seems slightly silly to use multiple. And then run that across. Nope. To here. Nope. To here. And we have an undergroundy bit like this. I think we're outside the robo network on here, rather foolishly. So I'll need.
You're
make
about
that
to not
note.
be.
Oh, okay. That's handy then. In that case, I won't worry. And I'll even use wooden belts here to save on resources. So this is going to be really easy because it is just producing that straight to there. I copy that then to here, and then tell this one to do this one can be a near side inserter, which is probably not going to work because of the aforementioned bug in the near side inserter shenaniganery. How many rocket fuel a second would you like?
2, please.
Two a second. Oh,
Yep.
I've.
Because
Oh
it's
no, I
used
haven't gone wildly
for
over.
the exact same stuff as the blue circuits.
This is going to require quite a lot, but that's okay. What was that? Behave. There we go, and we'll
Is
work
that
out where
like
to
2 a
put it
second
in a
with that
moment.
length?
Oh, thanks for the follow, Retoku. Thank you very much. Good to have you around. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yes, running these inputs. The problem is there isn't really any more space before unless I put in an extra extension on this belt going around in a sort of a wiggle before feeding it in. There isn't really anywhere else to put the merging in as long as that goes in after the splitters up here. So the balancer up here rather. However, things do now seem to have. Things seem... no, they aren't. I was going to say things seem to be stable. They are not stable. This one is broken now. So let's just wander down there and grab some more stone off the belts because this is apparently how we roll around here. It's not the best way of fixing things, but it does kind of work. So if I grab a load of that, and then, for completeness, let's grab a load of that, and see if that sorts things out. Because or alternatively, we can just run out of power. That's fine too, I suppose. Is that because you pulled up all the solar because it was in the way, Tristan?
No, I reconstructed basically everything that I pulled up.
Oh, okay. Maybe we're just a bit short of power then. Fair enough. Not a serious problem, I guess.
More, drills.
Oh, I'm glad I could help Riddler. Yes, it's Maluna is a slightly tricky place to get going with the water consumption production shenaniganery going on there, but all the wood production rather. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, once it's up and running, it's not too bad. Oh, there isn't room for. And that needs to go at this point rather than slightly further out here, or I won't be powering these. I could just run them down. And I can't put it on this side because I won't get the inserters. That would need to go here. And I suppose you know what I could do? It's a little bit dirty, but I mean, if it's going to work, we don't mind it being a little bit dirty as long as it works, do we? So that will go there, and then we're powered down to it. So I need to power that inserter, so I'll put this in here. And I forgot that Angry Ghosting doesn't put in underground pipes. It just does underground. It does underground belts, but not underground pipes, which is a bit of a shame. Bottom two. Okay, fine. We'll just put this one in here then. Maintain the pattern, and then I'm going to need some underground pipes along here. I think I might be going to head over and do these manually because making pipes on this planet is an extremely slow process because we have to rely on there being a spaceship in orbit dropping what's the name? What's the word? We're dropping iron down from orbit to allow everything to get built up. So it's a little bit slow. But it should eventually work.
Not without an actual request for it.
Or do we not have an actual request
the
for iron?
There wasn't a request for iron into the machines making the pipes.
Oh, okay. Right.
It was done manually until now.
Can we find steel pipes, do you think? That'd be handy. Okay, how has game performance been? Game performance is... It's hard to say. We've dropped the speed down to 48 UPS because we're having some issues, but we're in the interim. But it seems to sort of be okay at this point. It's possible it would be okay at a slightly higher speed, but we haven't really dared check. So unsure is the answer. Right. So I can put in blue underground here like that, and then I guess we can then go wooden belt because we've got those on this planet, and I said we can go wooden belt. Let's have that. In fact, let's switch over to map view because I want to run this all the way along here and probably just underneath the copper belt like this. Now we're not going to be able to do that underground jump because that's much too far. We're not going to be able to do this one because that's much too far. Those are going to have to be blue. But I think the rest of it is going to be alright. Bring us all the way over to here. Put that in there and then run that wooden belt across like that. Then, yes, I am going to need to use a blue underground to go from there to... Oh, it's still not long enough. What about if I go from there? No, still won't reach. Okay, so we'll go from there to there. And then underground again like that. That's a bit naff, but never mind. And then we can do a blue underground from there to there, and that will be Tristan's rocket fuel. At least once all of these pipes arrive. Oh, the pipes have suddenly arrived, or lots and lots of them have. Sweet. This is going to work nicely. How close am I to the 2 per second? That's not the tool I wanted. Put that away. I wanted that tool, the rate calculator, not the not the deconstruction planner. So drag it across there. That's 1.6 per second. So that's actually too slow. So we're going to need even more production than that. I could just straight up double it because that's easy and I'm lazy. Could take all of that. And then, oh, I don't actually need the, we'll leave out the ones at the bottom. I don't actually need the pump at the top because we've got, no, let's put that there like that. And then say, actually, we'll remove this bit. And these as well. I don't need the offshore pump at the top, which we haven't got anyway, because we'll have enough light oil coming in from here. This is going to be a little bit over, but I'm okay with that, and I'm sure Tristan will be too.
Yeah.
Like 3.5 rather than 2. 1.6, 1 2/3 would be 2 and 4. 3 and 1/3 per second. So we've got a little bit of spare rocket fuel. Oh, we need an underground going into that as well. Right, lovely. We're going to have a little bit of spare solid fuel being produced in here, but that's it's okay. I'm okay with sort of approximating my my ratios like this because it's close enough. We're going to be producing slightly more solid fuel than we actually need. In fact, if I'll do this again, we can look at the numbers. Or at least we could if we had enough once all the assembly machines have been put in. Or just look at this side. If we look at this, we are making an extra 3.3. Oh, that's all quite a. That's actually quite a bit more. It is close enough. We're making an extra. We're making a little bit more solid fuel than we actually need, but we're going to be making 3 and a bit solid rocket fuel, so that's fine. I don't think we care.
Just a quick sort of point check. Down here, you wanted 1/3 of the whatever it's called, stone bricks going up to Summit up here, and the other 2/3 is either 2/3 to that and 1/3 to this whatever it is, copper brick covered conductive bricks.
That sounds
1/3 one way,
Yeah,
2/3 the other way.
2/3 of the stone bricks go to conductive bricks.
Yeah.
1/3 goes to Cermet, and
Yes.
steel.
So my question
Gradually
for
expiring
you
into steel.
is when you get down to this end, and I need stone bricks, do you want me to resmelt them locally?
What sort of rate do you need them at? Is that
It's
Ooh, lots of stuff.
10 would do it. So 10 of those.
If
Half
if it's a-
for one.
a furnace at the bottom of the stack would be enough? Then go for that. Even 2 furnaces. But if it's
5 a
you want-
second.
5 furnaces per
Second.
second.
5 stone brick per second.
How
Big
long does it
hand
take a
furnace.
furnace to make a stone brick? And a furnace makes 0.62 per second.
0.62.
So it's going to be quite a lot of furnaces.
Okay.
10 furnaces and do it.
This will be why we're running out of power. Tristan's put in all those roboports. I think it was Tristan, and now we're suddenly trying to build out all of the
Yeah.
big mining drills, and where they're going to be using an enormous amount of power. Yeah, that's gone up quite a bit since the.
Better put overclock modules in them all.
I put efficiency modules in them in them all, although we don't have an enormous number of them available. So I'm trying my best, but yeah,
I do like here where there's a wooden transport belt that's completely saturated going into a express transport belt. So it's literally 6 times the speed.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
because
I
we
mean-
can make wooden transport belts locally, so they're really, really cheap. But if we're bringing belts over from Norvis, they might as well be blue belts.
Oh no, I get it from that perspective. I'm just sort of entertained by.
But it is, yeah, it's
the
amusing.
point
It
of extending
is
the
amusing
permit
how
for
just how much
drills.
it jumps up. Yes.
I believe that's called a minimum cut bottleneck.
Right. So that is rocket fuel dribbling through
So the question is, do you want me
a
to
rate of not very.
put down a mini furnace stack here, which I'm completely happy to do, or do you want me to try and hive
That's
some
gonna
of the stone bricks off from somewhere
It's
else?
going to need a bit more than I was anticipating for that. So I'm inclined to say take it from each of the others as low priority, and then merge them. Spaghettiing in is going to be.
Okay.
Tristan, do you have a second?
I have a solution to that problem. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No.
Are you sure you have a solution?
Yep, because what you want to do is up there to get it finagled in. I know that's horrible, but which means you want to take off that line there and that line there. Yeah, boy.
Tristan.
Try to imagine what he's doing.
Tristan,
Yep. What?
do you want me to make Surmet as well, or should I expect Surmet to be available?
It is available.
Surmet,
Oh, no,
Surmet.
Surmet.
Surmet and Surmite are different things.
I said Surmet.
Okay, right. So you need that for. So, what do you need that for?
Sulfuric acid.
Ah,
Yeah, the game is deliberately set to 48 UPS. We can generally run it a bit quicker than that, I think. But we've run into some issues from time to time where things have ground to a halt and then, not ground to a halt so much as just we've had some massive lag spikes, and those were a little bit disturbing. So we're reckoning on trying to fiddle the numbers a little bit we've slowed it down a little bit with the hope that they'll just go away and we won't have to worry about it.
if you produce that locally, you can do that, turning the machine off when we've got enough sulfuric acid buffered in a tank.
Yeah.
So it never spoils.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for that, please.
The short answer,
that's the horrible hack
Peter, is that yes,
you
a
were
lot
asking
of recipes have been changed. I wouldn't like to say whether the solid fuel to rocket fuel is specifically one of those, but these are producing 1 a second, and these are using 0.83 a second. I suspect if these were tier 2 assemblers, then it probably would be 1-to-1 spot on, but we don't have any of those on this planet, and there's no reason to bring them over here. So maybe. I guess we could put productivity modules in these, but then there's no point because it's all being made out of free stuff. But in thinking just to slow them down a little bit so it would be in balance. But I think this is fine. Yeah, and with any luck, we'll get a few more solar panels brought over. We can build up a bit more of the power generation over here, and then hopefully we'll actually have enough power. But for now, that's going to be a bit of a problem. We are asking for 2,000. No, hang on. Which is solar panels? We're not asking for solar panels on Igrys.
We're making them.
Oh, okay. Oh, right, okay. We're just making them relatively slowly then. What's it short of? Power. Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, we don't have enough power to make more power. Quick question. These labs over here, are they there for any particular reason?
Yes, they're there to do the one research we need to do here.
Can we move them down? They're in the way of the bus, basically. At least move the top two out of the way.
I moved the top two. Yeah, I can move the next two as well.
The next two are probably not so necessary because I want to bring copper in and I want to bring
That I've just moved the next two.
steel in. Oh, okay. And plastic because I'm going to need all of those.
There's a reason I've left a little bit of space there for a second. It's just whilst I finagle these.
Yes, I understand. I've left some space because I saw you'd left some space.
Thank you.
Let's leave a little bit of extra space for bus stuff because we're probably going to want to bring at least the magic thing, the crystals, through at some point. So we'll go from down here. And I want these guys to make low-density structures using the standard recipe, surprisingly, because we've got copper, steel, and plastic on this planet in suitable quantities, so we'll have that happen. How fast do they make? 1.12 a second. 3 of them is about... I'm going to assume you want these at 2 a second as well, Tristan. Is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Actually, these take in silly quantities of copper, don't they? What are the numbers for this? Yeah, silly quantities of copper and small amounts of the other two. So that will upgrade just because. And then we'll put in a long inserter as well.
I like the way that what I heard there was these taking silly numbers of copper. What are the numbers? Silly.
Well, they were. Yeah. I mean, I feel that is perfectly descriptive.
I'm not saying that you were wrong.
Silly is in fact a number. Did you not know?
As a professional mathematician, I did not.
Well, I don't know where you got your qualifications from. Then you need to ask them about silly numbers. They are very important in advanced mathematics.
Yep. Oh no. For a second there, I was there going, "Oh, is our UPS really low?" I was like, "No, we've just got no power."
No, it's just the electricity that's really low, not the UPS.
Yeah.
So our power during the day is completely fine, I think. Or it was. It's... Wait, is it daytime? Nighttime now?
I can't tell. I put in lots of lamps.
Yeah. I think
It's currently daytime.
someone's cut the power off. May
Oh.
have been me, or may have been
That's not
Laurence when
ideal.
he... I don't know.
just trying to find a way to blame me, are you?
Well,
I mean, in fairness, it usually is you, right? Let's tidy this power up a bit then. Let's.
It has been known to be my fault.
Yeah,
I will
that-
admit that.
that-
Oh, when I moved the power,
That's
when I
in
moved
there.
some of the solar. Oh, I can't get through there. There's already an underground. Meh.
Right, just when the build is done, you can paste it wherever you want.
cool. So does that take...
So you've lined up
yeah,
with that
light
one.
oil.
Put it there. It goes there, and then we just need to feed that through.
Let me know.
That,
I mean,
and
just
then
let me know, or let me know where you want it pasted in, and
Go.
I can paste it in and hook it
Part
up.
of it is
if
I
you
want to know how big it is.
If you want to in another shape, I can also arrange
Do you
that.
want me to put productivity module 1s onto the logistics network?
Not really worth it. No thanks.
Yep, that's fine.
No, so we probably aren't going to use prod ones in it much. We'll be using better productivity modules, but then it's probably not worth the effort of going into making those. So, yeah, I concur.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the answer is basically here, Sophia. It can fit in with most of it to the right of that.
So how many of these taking
where
per
it
second?
walks.
Only 1.6 per second, so that means about 30 machines would be okay.
Do you want it to be above the so-called bus, or
So cool.
6.
It's
it's
about-
a very
You got
weird bus.
sass,
You have to
you
agree
got
with me, Mark.
sass.
16 over
It's
3.
a bus divided up into 14 sections.
no. There's a mic bus at the top, and then there's the sort of
The real bus.
In my defense, somebody put all this here and I just started building around it. So whoever built those things, Tristan, it's their fault that it's all
those things
spaced
that were
out.
built after you put your belt across above it.
No. Nope.
Deny everything, Baldric.
So, Tristan, you want it to where do you want it? I'm confused.
On the boss.
Yeah, basically as far right as it'll go, to the left of the water.
So there's a politics joke in there somewhere.
There is.
You also note that here I've left space for like 4 more lanes of bus.
And the stone that you need is going to use it.
See? Planning ahead. Ish.
Oh, is that all right there, Tristan?
Oh, if I'd known that was what those were reserved for, I might have put the solid fuel there. Yeah, it's just occurred to me. I could have
Tristan,
I think what
is this all right?
Yes.
All right.
You put it the other way
I
up
just
to what I was
wanna.
expecting, but that's fine.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You put it the other way up to what I was expecting, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
It just means that the type of light oil has further to go, but then you can just move all of that up, flip it vertically or something.
So you would want it maybe.
I was happy with that. It was just not what I was initially
Why are
expecting.
these bots hovering here?
All right, I'll
Lack of power.
redo it.
Or
No.
Yeah.
or
Power
someone's disconnected the.
These aren't filtered, are they? No, they're not
Yes, we
filtered.
have 2 networks.
Oh, I see.
Let's put that in. That should fix that.
Laurence, the electric engine request is still not fixed on the Meluna ship. Do you want me to do that? I'll
There's
just
nothing. Well,
delete it, basically.
the problem is Maluna is just making them quite slowly. I've quintupled the rate of production. In fact, it's 140. 100,
I mean, the ship is going past Norvis. Why not request them from Norvis?
Historical reasons, basically. There were massive quantities. There were sufficient of them available on Maluna when I got started, and that this stuff wasn't available on Norvis at the time. I think. Let's tell it to skip it again once more, and then by the time it gets back, it's got up to 370 now from being at about 200 the last time it was there. So it's probably going to be all right.
What are you after from Maluna? Sorry.
Electric engines.
To be launched into orbit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you need to make those properly, not just in the bottom. Bottom's there for stuff that you need in burst, yes, but small quantity per minute kind of thing.
Yeah, it was originally small quantity. So, all right, let's just switch it over to asking for them from Norvis then. That's probably easier. You Norvis, you are Norvis. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, when we update to Maluna 2.0, I'm expecting literally everything to be pulled out and rebuilt.
Yeah, it's not worth doing massive attempts to fix things over there.
Which makes me kind of sad in a way because there's a lot of cool stuff here. But yeah, there's also some horrific stuff, but that's not the point.
So at some point we're going to be rebuilding Maluna, as Mike was saying, because the mod has updated, so things have changed quite a lot. So we're going to be going out there and at least fixing all the problems that will come from updating the mod, and then maybe making some other improvements as well. Because yes, you're quite right. In theory, it should be cheap to produce stuff on this planetoid. The problem has been that we just, whilst it is in theory cheap to produce stuff here, we've had problems with balancing the inputs, and it's put us off trying to pull large amounts of stuff from there. However, at the moment, I note that there is plenty of sand coming through, so that's not currently an issue. The sand is flowing, and therefore the problem we've had of having too much sand and therefore the ice being stalled is not currently an issue. If anything, we have the opposite problem at the moment, where we can't get enough stone out of the patch up here, and therefore we may end up running short of glass. That's not a problem at the moment. We have chests and chests of it, so including one that's trying to unload when the belt's empty. So yeah, I'm not worried about it at the moment. In fact, we're still filling boxes up with sand over here at the end of it. Maybe if we didn't do that, Mike, then we wouldn't have an eternal apparent sand shortage.
Yeah, I mean,
I suppose it doesn't actually
like
matter.
That, so
come to think of it,
yeah,
it will be.
It.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a historic thing from when we had actual sand problems.
Yeah.
Was when I forget exactly what the step was, but now sand is not a issue. In fact, we have an insufficiency of sand rather than excess.
Well, we have an insufficiency of sand because we're trying to fill a large number of chests up over at the end of the glass production. I think it wasn't
gone
that.
From one of those being filled to most of them being empty.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you're right. We are now in the better position of having too little sand rather than too much of it, and that I call that a better position because in theory we can churn more stone into the crushers to make more sand if we have a shortage of it. Whereas when we had too much of it, there wasn't another way we could get ice. So this is a better position to be in, and actually makes me feel a bit less guilty about talking about pulling things from this planet. Because you're quite right, Riddler. Maluna does make it the launches a lot cheaper. The rockets are basically half the cost from here. So all other things being equal, it is better to launch from Maluna than from Norvis. However, we have a much more established production system on Norvis. Good grief, that's got a lot bigger. Every time I look at Norvis, it's grown. Yeah, we have a more established production system on Norvis, so we can so it's a lot easier to produce large quantities of things, even if they are technically more expensive. So whether we want to, there's a sort of a logistical and effort-based cost in where you bring things from. It's not just how many resources they require. So yeah, there are questions as to what the best way to do it would be. And at the moment, generally bringing stuff from Norvis is probably going to be easier. Yes, hydrogen. The planets are very, very modded. We are using, as I'm sure said, we are playing the Planetary Pioneers mod pack, which you can grab from the portal from the Factorio mod portal if you're interested, which has something like 20 planets. Here they all are in their glory. 30 science packs, and there's about 100 other mods stuck in there as well. So yeah, there's quite a lot going on. Yes, the hat is indeed fairly silly, but that's Sophia's fault, as many things are. Persistent is lurking. That seems fairly standard. Yeah, these. You're not entirely wrong, Hydrogen. Yeah, I think there may be an element of overlap between my explanations of why things are done the way they are in MPs, and there's probably a similar sort of background reason for some of it. It's because there's various historical reasons for things being done. Where's Igrys? Here it is. There's various historical reasons for things being done the way they're done, and even if there is a better way to do it, we can't be bothered or haven't got round to switching over to the new and improved method just yet. We'll probably get there eventually. Maybe. No promises.
Tristan, what
Hello.
lane do you want for the blue circuits?
Right.
So, hello, Bounce and Boom. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for dropping in. And we are currently 3 days, 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 20 seconds of Factorio time into play. I think this is stream number 18, and our streams tend to be 4 to 5 hours each. So yeah, that's about. That's getting on for about 75 hours now, which is or just over 75 hours of in-game time, and which is slightly more than that of real-world time because we're playing at 48 UPS. So yeah, it has been a while. Our last series, the K2SE one that you're talking about, we reckon we played for about 200 hours of in-game time, in-game or real-world time. One or the other, over about 2 years. So yeah, these games can be quite significant undertakings, shall we say? About 75 hours, Bounce.
Yeah, and each time I do, he keeps talking over me. It can just go straight down to feed into the
There's the rocket silo.
What I will say is do that there, and one of the other ingredients can go on the other side.
Well, I mean, the blues are only being output on one side, so it's already a one lane.
Okay.
Do you want the low density structures on the opposite side of it, with the other half of the belt available for the science packs when they appear?
Yeah, may as well for that.
Okay. Actually, that's going to definitely want to be a blue one because we're going to be bringing the science packs in. And we probably want to have a buffer for the science packs, I suspect.
But also, Tristan, I want to make it obvious that for this blue circuit build, we need 40 green circuits a second, which one blue belt can carry. However, we're not getting that much.
Okay,
right.
Might need to once Mike's built purple science, might duplicate that green circuit build again to sort of boost that belt.
Seems sensible.
So if I look at the current green circuit build, I think it's it's giving 20 a second. So we would need twice, 2 of those basically to provide 2 a second blue circuits.
Gosh.
That's something to scale up, which we find we need it. Yeah.
Is the mouse a magic glass? Magic disguising?
If you're ever curious about why stuff is not being produced, you'll know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're probably not going to, for a little while at least, we're probably not going to be throwing the rockets out that quickly. So it's probably going to be all right. But eventually, yes, we are going to need to produce them at a... Well, I don't know what sort of rate we're going to need to produce them at, to be honest.
Not huge, but it'll be bursty.
So what's the next build, Tristan? I could just duplicate the mic build that he made for the Green Circus if you
I'm-
want to.
I'm inclined to wait and see how much space he
Copper
actually
issues.
needs.
Yeah, copper issues is the problem.
Oh yeah, we knew we were going to need to expand the copper production, didn't we?
Saphir, do you want to have a Novus build?
He's talking about a different planet because he's being disobedient.
Oh, okay. Sounds about right.
Yeah, unless if Tristan will let me go, then yes.
I have another thing.
In that case,
I need one
no mark.
as well, then.
Okay, so yeah, if you give Saphira a task, then I'll give you a task afterwards.
Okay.
All right,
Then-
Mark,
Saphir,
tell me.
could you do an foundry-based LDS production, please?
Okie dokie.
Tristan,
Yep.
can I make a suggestion?
Say no. Say no.
We seem to we have a
Are
we,
these
we
safe,
have
Mark?
a
Are these
massive
areas
power
safe?
production problem over here because we're not making the
Yep,
solar
we
panels
are.
fast enough to be able to sort of compensate. Shall I set up a small build off to the side somewhere that's just inside Robo Network range to make additional solar panels off its own power supply rather than being linked to the main network? Because then we might
But-
actually get some.
I
Could
don't
I-
believe that's the
Saphir?
problem.
Could you build
you
somewhere more southern? Because there's this old desert, and I don't want to have the pollution spread
Got it.
through the desert.
Got it.
So
I mean, the solar panel machine is sitting here running incredibly
that's
slowly because it has no power. I don't know what time of day it is at the moment, to be honest. So we're not making. Essentially, we're not
being
making
chopped
solar
off
panels.
again.
Pardon?
Yeah, okay. It's disconnected at the moment.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So that's why there's basically zero power. There's 32 solar panels. There we go.
Oh, okay. All right, that's not so bad then. All right, never, I take it back. It looks it didn't have the no power lightning bolt flashing over it, so I assumed it had some power from somewhere.
Yeah, there's a small amount of solar power elsewhere up here.
Oh, I see. So it's connected to those ones, right, but
It's
not to the
still
main bank of them. Okay. Cool. That's going to
I
help a bit then.
think the current issue is we run out of power in accumulators.
Yeah, if it shuts down overnight because we run out of accumulator power, that's not so bad. It's if we're running out. If we as long as we have enough power during the day, then at least we can top things back up again. Ooh, it's going to be quite close actually. I think the accumulators might just hold as it is right now. Let's better make sure we don't put in any more big mining drills. Yeah, the accumulators didn't quite empty that night, so that's been just
I've
okay.
placed down a bunch more as well.
Okay,
And we
cool.
actually have them at the moment. So.
Oh, accumulators, right? Yes,
Yeah.
nice. Okay, I am now looking for things to do again because I think what was I doing? Oh yes, I was doing the low density structures and the rocket fuel. Both of those are now done. I do notice there's a bit
The
of
other rich crystals,
okay.
going for rich tesseracts.
Right. What are we going to do about moving the landing pads? Actually, the landing pads aren't technically in the way. Never mind that. It's just the machines making the doing the bot maul stuff. So I'll move those.
This set here is yes, but then it's the LDS ones.
Well, no, these machines are in the way. I reckon I can fit both of the riches in down in this gap down here to the right of the science. Well, maybe fit them in. It's going to be a little bit tight actually. Maybe I should have put the LDS a bit further to the right.
Remember,
We'll see what I can.
Don't move those left pointing belts.
Yes.
They're a space reserving.
Mm-hmm. Right, so I've put one there, and then I can put the machine to deal with its stuff there, and that means its output belt will be there, and there's definitely not room for additional machines. But instead, I could run a second one down, and but then that's going to be sort of not great for expandability. I could do just as many. Right, what are the numbers like? In fact, let's move that down one to line up with everything else. Then if I look in here, so what we've got at the moment is we've got these machines over here that are distilling the magical fluid down into the 3 types of gemstone, and then we're boosting the blue ones at the moment to turn them into improved ones, whatever that means, rich ones, sorry, which puts a little plus symbol on them. And then we're using that to make the tesseracts here. However, later on, we're going to require the rich red and greens as well. So that's going to be the next thing for me to do. So if I say I want to do the red enrichment one over here, that takes in 3 Sermite and one magic crystal. So what if this is going to be only mildly horrible? What if I put in a row of machines here to do the red ones, and a row of machines directly underneath it to do the green ones, but I finagle the belts in such a way that I don't have to that it doesn't that we don't have to worry, we don't have to do weird tangly stuff if we end up putting more in. I don't want those belts actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Sermut and the other one for the green ones I need to do as well, which is magic glass. Okay, magic glass we actually have, so that's fine. I can put those 2 on the inner belt because we require 3 or 10 of them, so we want that to be on the fast side, and then we can just bring the crystals in on this belt, and that's nice and easy. And then we can have the outputs both going along this one as well, have half a belt of each. Okay, so we'll do that. The problem is we're going to need, what's the other one? Sermite, isn't it? Yes, so at some point we're going to need to ask somebody to provide us with Sermite, but we'll deal with that when we get to that stage.
Could you make Thermite, please? Because
Sure.
Mike's distracting himself.
Hello, sorry, yes, what are we doing?
He's supposed to be making purple science.
I am making purple science.
Isn't there Sermite this weird?
No, that's
spoily
Sermit. Sermite is different.
stuff?
So,
Yeah.
to go into a bit of information for that as well, that has some like 4-hour spoil time or something.
Ooh.
However, it's made from Sermet, so you need something that makes the Sermet, which spoils in 2 minutes, gives it
Yes.
a minute and a half or something or nearly 2 minutes to degrade,
Yeah.
to start spoiling, and then takes it and uses it.
So that's gonna be a hell to design. Yep, can do.
We don't need this
Um,
as a massive throughput.
Yet.
Yeah, so better not
Uh,
give it my
I-
yeah, gotcha.
My assumption is we won't need it at a massive throughput at all, because this is it's for basically for infrastructure,
Okay.
but it's
Uh-huh.
it's going to be large scales of infrastructure because it's for barrels. But I can say, hey guys, return your barrels when you're done.
That seems reasonable.
You just need it for barrels, just import barrels.
No, it's a special type
Not,
magic
not
barrels.
actual barrels,
Ah, okay, magic barrel.
barrel equivalents.
Okay. So
Just getting
what
spaghetti.
per second or per minute are we thinking? Like,
My inclination would be to come up with a design that produces
makes
it
sense.
with one machine, working out how that works, and then
Okay.
we work out how much we need to scale that.
Yeah.
Tristan, are you sure those... It's Purple Science Pack, Production Science Pack. Are you sure those 5x5 machines make them?
Have you looked in it and gone, hang on, this is weird?
It's
And
got
how
nothing
many
in there as available. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then so I
I'm
looked at
assuming-
Factoriopedia to see if it could be done.
I think
it's not.
my assumption is once we've got to the point where we can use it, it will be working properly.
Seems reasonable.
At the moment, I'm just saying reserve this space for them. Use assembly machine
Yeah, no,
right now.
I get it. I'm just sort of like, okay.
It's
I'm just
my
looking at it
understanding
going...
of it is that that's
This
how-
is a
that's
weird
what that
new
does.
mechanic that we're trying to plan for in advance, which may or may not be a good idea.
I can grab
You know, I-
light oil and stone bricks from the bus, I assume.
Light oil from the river.
yeah.
What was the other one?
Stone bricks.
Stone bricks, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So at this point, that's probably going over to the right of the wood production area.
Oh,
which
hey,
gives it a
sorry, I
long
didn't answer your
belt
question.
of
Yes,
buffers.
we're expecting Igrys mostly to export, well, at least to start with, to export the science packs, the mineral science packs, once we've got the purple science coming through in order to allow us to make them. And then once that's done, there is a machine which improves the efficiency of research production, science pack production, I believe. And I think we're going to find that there are a number of, there's probably going to be some other machines and other technologies that we get from here, and we're going to see how they go as we unlock them and start producing them. So we should have a decent amount of interesting stuff coming from here, I expect, but we'll discover a bit more of it as once we're actually making the researches from this planet, I think.
Yeah, part of the thing with this is I'm just not seeing any of it in the Factoriopedia, and that's just it's raising alarm bells. Let's phrase it that way.
Yeah, I'm basing this on descriptions rather than listed stuff because the stuff isn't listed.
Okay, I mean I'm happy to leave the space for them and so on. Just flagging that it might not work.
At which point it's a bug report, I think. So
Yeah, true. Well, yeah.
Were you green then? Yeah, and worst case, we've left a little bit of space, and there's a bit of wasted space on this planet. So in the short term, it's not the end of the world.
I mean,
but
yeah, exactly. In the grand scheme of things, it don't.
But yes,
matter.
as Tristan says, bug report. So. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and we need some of these as well. Borp and borp. Right, so there we go. That should now, one of these should start working. I think it's the green ones that should start. Well, I need to swap the sides on these. There we go. So we've got the green ones going on the far side of the belt. Once we've got some Cermite coming in, those will go onto the near side of the belt. The red ones will go onto the near side of the belt. And then boom, just like that, we will have all three flavours of rich crystal over here. And then we'll decide what to do with those a bit later, because who knows at this point.
which is probably just feed them into a machine that makes rich tesseracts and chuck them into a red chest, maybe, or onto a belt that heads over to the right hand side for Mark to turn into boss names.
Well, we can debate at some point whether to run that over, under, or through this low density structure production area, or we can move the low density structure production down, I suppose. Or we'll work something out. I think the most sensible thing will be to remove these labs once they've fulfilled their purpose, and then just run these belts up here and across here as if this whole area and pretend this whole area is actually not below the landing pad.
No, we'll turn them into tesseracts straight away. And
No,
then
we
send
won't. There isn't space.
tesseracts over.
Oh, actually, we could do it where the labs are. So yeah, all right, maybe we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 10-second craft, taking 2 each time.
All right, and
But
these
again,
these.
is just the strong barrels, the science enhancer machines, and spidertrons. Oh, spidertrons take raw fish, which spoil.
So we might be taking the stuff from here back over to Norvis in order to make the spidertrons there.
Yeah, rich tesseracts all need to be exported.
Okay, that's manageable, especially as we're not going to exactly need a lot of spidertrons, hopefully. Yes, the solar efficiency is indeed plus 500%. You're quite right, Mike. Well done. Oh yeah, Mike said that. Okay, fair enough. He'd be able to look it up.
Yeah, I know things.
Yeah, I keep feeling bad about talking as much as I need to because other people are trying to talk, so I then get stuck behind on chat. Yes, as Ink says, when we lose, we need to have power overnight. What was the actual question? Yes, if we lose power overnight, we can't make copper. But we have extra what do you call it, accumulators over here that will hold enough power to keep these machines running all night long, whilst also not taking power away from the rest of the factory, which we'd like to carry on running during the night. And so we should then hopefully be able to keep all of these running. The question is whether we're going to have enough output from all of these machines to produce enough copper to keep the factory running all day long. And I note that we are clearly producing more than during the night. We are clearly producing more than one blue belt's worth of copper because the machines at the top have stopped running and they've just filled up their internal buffers and then stopped. So
I expanded it, and yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I will mark those for upgrade.
Oh yeah, because that's true. Stick some green belts in across there to get that through a bit faster. And then if we decide we want any more copper, then we should have a second belt bringing it out and feeding it into another buffer, and then have those merge on the way out of the copper production area. I think. Copper is on separate grid. Yes. There's a switch down here that will close when these accumulators are full. So when this one's completely full, the switch closes like that, and it then charges all of these ones up. But during the day, we do seem to have plenty of power available, so we're not having too much trouble charging the accumulators back up to the full power.
Pretty much permanently low on copper at the moment. That's my main bottleneck.
Right, I guess we do need another. We need another copy of this off to the left-hand side, I guess then, with a second belt.
Yeah.
Before we just copy the whole thing across, would it be worth moving the accumulators down to the south side of this, and then just having banks and banks, and then having all the copper production machines next to each other, rather than putting in a second copy of the whole thing way off to the left?
So the reason for having it like this is the accumulators to the left are matched to the machines.
Which makes sense, but also as long as we sort of double everything whenever we double anything, it doesn't matter. But I can see your point.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's
All right. Well,
It's
belts are
also
cheap.
all of
We
the-
can just copy the whole lot further over to the left of it then. Yeah, like that. You'll want the buffer system as well on the top of it.
Yeah, like that.
Are you expecting to pump magic fluid out the ground with a pump jack?
Specifically magic pump
what?
jacks like this, yes.
Aha!
Did you need some of that?
In a word, not yet.
Okay.
I appreciate that's technically 2 words, but meh.
I can see what Mike's looking at and trying to work out how to change it.
Yeah. Oh no, if I was really unoriginal, I'd just change the B to a P and move on with life.
There's an obvious alternative thing that I assumed you were thinking of doing, but I could be wrong.
What, to put my name in instead?
Yeah.
I mean, I could do, but again,
Okay, Peter.
originality's
Well,
a
thank you for
thing.
joining, and sleep well. And we'll. Igrys is definitely interesting. I'm quite enjoying some of the new quirky systems out here, should we say? So yeah, it's good.
Right. Okay, how are we going to make this work?
These copper machines over here are they are machines that produce copper out of thin air. They are an Igrian speciality. So they apparently, the atmosphere on Igrys is saturated with copper in some sort of weird, strange, magical way. So these machines will literally pull copper out of the air. It says copper plate out of the air and then dump them onto a belt. But because of reasons, they only work during the night. So they are just a weird way of producing copper on this planet. In a similar way that you can pump light oil straight out of the oceans over here, you can produce copper straight out of the air. It takes quite a lot of electricity, hence all of these accumulators, and it only works at night, hence all of these accumulators. But it gives us a nice, healthy supply of. It gives us a nice supply of copper. I'm not going to say whether it's healthy or not because it appears to be insufficient at the moment.
Tristan, where do you need it?
Over
This
here.
is
And this will be your supply of what's
Magic
the
fluid.
name?
Later on.
This is not
Magic
space
fluid,
exploration, Bounce Boom. This is Planetary Pioneers, which is essentially we've gone off and pulled in all of the new different
don't
planet
think
mods
magic
that are available on the portal, or at least all of the ones that seem to be reasonably complete, reasonably stable looking, should we say. We've pulled in all of those and bundled them together into our own mod pack, and then we're going in and finding out how well they all work together, whether there's sort of confusion and imbalances that are introduced between them, and that sort of thing. And it's been good fun. If you'd like to give it a try, the mod is available through the Factorio mod portal. So yeah, give it a shot if you fancy it, and see what you think.
Mark, you're producing the barrels, and they'll go a short distance and then immediately get filled with this fluid, and that's what we'll export.
That's okay. I've played a lot of different mods over the years, so I can see how you'd get confused between them.
I haven't checked what machine fills the barrels.
Are we able to make the advanced tesseracts yet? Yes, we are. Okay. Oh, but I was going to do it in here, so we won't do this just yet. How is Mike getting on with the purples? Well, he's got the rails and he's got the furnaces. So just the and he's got the modules as well. So need to cram them all together in a box, and we should have. Where are these going? That's weird, but okay. Maybe you got fed up. No. Just out of curiosity, Mike, why are there additional machines making copper cables here?
Because there's an insufficiency going down the line otherwise.
Oh, are they being passed on for something else? But they're not being used.
They're not being used right now because everything's all stopped and backed up.
No, they don't. The
Because
belt doesn't
yeah.
go anywhere.
Where are you looking at? Hang on, hold the thing still for a second. Yeah, it does.
I trust that would
It
fit
joins
here.
onto this belt, and then nothing uses it.
I might have put it in too late. I might have put it in too late.
Say again?
I'm expecting to need
Oh, I
to put
see.
green circuits in there to
Okay.
for the blue circuits.
Yeah, because
All
the
of these
lumber
other
thing
things
was
will be red
kind of in
circuits.
the way of the bus, right? So,
Yeah.
Say that again.
the lumber things here are.
But
Here we go.
we're basically finished, so I think it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I came along and had a look at this, and I went, "Yep, these are indeed all the ingredients for purple." So, hang on a minute, what are those cables doing there? So I thought I'd ask the question.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's because the
Yeah, no, I see where your train of thought didn't, or got derailed, or whatever the.
I
best way to put
genuinely,
it is.
rather than shifting everything along one unit, I just stuck it into the next free space.
Mhm. Yeah.
Technically, I should have put that in before red circuits.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I spot. I wanted to stick my oar
Yeah,
in
that's fair.
and say, "Hey, what's going on here?" Right. Will we ever need to balance the crystals? No, because let's see. So all the way through, it is all balanced. So the magic fluid processing produces one of each type. Then we've got the exciting of the rich magic crystals, which takes in one and outputs one. Then we've got the tesseractification, which takes in two of each type and produces one magic tesseract. So all of those steps, they're balanced between all the different types of crystals. I am admittedly slightly surprised that we don't need to balance them, but we don't. We do, however, later on, for a later step, we are going to need the rich tesseracts, which take in rich blue, rich red, and rich green, which is why I'm making the rich red and rich greens over here. And then we're going to make those into the rich tesseracts, which go into some of the things we need later for the Igrian toys, which we aren't quite at the stage of producing yet. So we'll be using those sooner or later, but sooner or later is not just yet. So eventually we'll get to that point.
Anyway, is
Okay,
that mod you're liking, Laurence?
I've realised why you had questions now. I
Yes,
got
I think it
confused
should
about
work.
what you were making. I thought you were making the barrels, which I may
Okay.
have asked someone
You
else
saw
to make.
you said Cermat. This is producing Cermat.
Yes, you're making the appropriate thing. That's why I was suggesting over there, and why I thought you needed magic fluid. I may have given that to someone else. I'm not sure. I can't remember now.
I haven't heard you give it to anyone, but I might have not been paying attention.
Maybe they need Cermat, whichever this one is.
Yeah. You said Mike didn't.
Oh, this is
So
spoiling.
I'm assuming Mike has this as
Yeah,
a prerequisite.
What have
I
I
don't
done?
know. It's fine. Those can be there anyway.
Okay. I'll do a quick robomall for the steel chests.
Okay, so hang on. I can remember how to paint. That's my sort of nominal design that will work for the magic fluid stuff. You can't make it pass them through because the inputs and outputs don't line up, and I sense that's deliberate.
Well,
Can you do a horizontal flip? Yeah, that.
that?
You could do that, but
Oh, you
that's
can't flip.
horrible. You can't flip.
No.
And like, I know there are
Yeah.
people who disapprove of having like the pipes as kind of rails at the side of it. I actually kind of like it aesthetically, if I'm honest. But fundamentally, it works. That's the key thing.
Yeah, I think that's an absolutely horrible way to do it. I would never do anything remotely like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the thing. What I'm going to do in the interim. Where's it gone? Where's my? There it is. Is basically this.
You could probably use a red inserter there.
Yeah, fair point.
It's slightly less ugly, but yeah. Other than that, yes, I think that looks good.
Agreed.
Yes, quite right, Ereo. Yes, you need. We will eventually need all three types of rich crystals for a later stage. So we are going to have to make all of them. We're not going to bypass them completely, which I agreed. I'm very glad that it's not something you can just skip over. And yeah, Bounce Boom, I'd say yes. Give the mod pack a shot. It'd be a fairly significant undertaking for a single person, I think. But then if you're up for a big Factorio mod pack, then yeah, absolutely. It's so far we haven't run into any serious problems. There's a few things that are a little bit sort of. You can tell that some of the different mods weren't exactly designed with each other in mind, shall we say? There is the lignumian problem, as we've been calling it, which is where you need to make in order to make belts, you need to make wood on every single planet, and so there's a series of various mods that you add in that allow you to then start producing wood in more and more contrived ways on different planets, which I mean adds a certain level of amusement to the game. But I can see if you're playing on your own and therefore you had to do the wood on every single planet, it might be a little bit more frustrating. However, that said, there is an option in the mod settings somewhere where you can turn off the requirement for wood for every single on every single planet for the belts specifically.
I like the way that Tristan's got impatient. He's just like, no, I'm taking the output belt and I'm putting that in myself. I claim the credit.
I was going to say, okay, here's your output belt, but then it was sort of a, why don't I just hook it up? It's not.
It's basically
No,
there.
it's fine. It's fine. I am, as I say, amused more than anything. It's fine. Okay, so you go. Hang on there, and then.
Mike,
I always hate.
bear in mind
Yep.
on this one. Look at the numbers required for production science pack. One of them is again a silly number.
Are you meaning
They're
the
all silly numbers.
So if you put So basically, I'm saying put the rail on the inside belt because then it's being inserted by a bulk inserter, and put the other two things on the outer belt because then they can be inserted by a red inserter because it only needs very, very small numbers of them.
Whilst I understand what you're saying, given that the red inserter can do 3.46 items per second and the thing only needs 1.78, it's actually already significantly overkill.
True. Yeah. All right. It probably is. Yeah. All right. It's fine then. Yes. I wonder where
it does mean you don't want to share that belt with something else. If you want a dedicated
One
rail.
is a strong phrase.
I'm wondering because I'm sure I've run into issues with that sort of thing, and I'm trying to think where maybe it was through heavily moduled buildings or something like that with lots of beacons and things. Maybe that's where I've run into issues with it. With
that absolutely is a thing if the production rates are higher.
Yeah, but I'm sure I've had that issue specifically with Purple Science. So, but yeah, it was probably with lots of speed modules and beacons or something like that, because then it could potentially be.
So in fairness, let's be reasonable about it and sort of say, because we're presuming that the rate of science will increase.
That's true. The faster machines might be faster.
Well, yeah, it's how much faster.
Yes.
So let's start
Crafting speed 5.
by.
So
They're crafting speed of 5.
4 times quicker
So
then.
that's- yeah.
So
I mean,
we're looking at
that's
about
still-
5 items a second.
Yeah, and these red inserters will do 6 with
10,
2 of them.
close to 10 items per second, sorry. It's about 7, 8 items, 8
7.
items per second, I think. Trying to eyeball
Where's my
the numbers.
calculator?
And you've got 2 red inserters.
1.78 times 4. 7.2. 1, 2.
Oh, 4, no, you're right. 7.12, okay. And we're getting 3.5 from each one of these. So it'd be very, very nearly quick enough.
Yeah.
But if you run it the other way around, then you only need 1 red inserter on the input for each one. Not that that's a big deal.
Exactly.
And the other machines are going to be bigger anyway.
So that it does, so you can pick up one thing each. But yeah. So I will do it the other way around because it is a fair point. As much as it physically causes me nausea to tell you that.
If it makes you feel any better, you are quite right that at the moment it would work. And I was being a little, possibly oversensitive isn't quite the right word, but yeah.
You criticise my build for the sake of criticising my build? Surely not.
Hey, I phrase it as a warning, and having also gone through the same logic, which also looking at the low density structure production was equally unnecessary because it's still only doing 1.66 per second, and a red inserter is well capable of that. But even so, it made me feel slightly happier. Also, this is it really annoys me that the copy and paste of near dropping inserters doesn't work properly. There we go.
Okay.
I'd suppose I'd file a bug report, but I don't know who to blame.
That's the other sort of ugliness thing going on is this monstrosity of belt weavery.
What you mean? You aren't relishing the spaghetti?
Why not?
Everyone likes spaghetti.
I relish a bit of spaghetti, but got limits.
Do you need to split it again?
No, you can just take all of that.
Probably not.
Here, just look at me backseat Factorioing.
I know, shocking, isn't it? This is where I generically then start to go. Because I don't know for certain that I'm not going to want to get the stuff later. It doesn't have to go anywhere, doesn't that belt? But I'll still just...
Yeah.
So
it won't go very far anyway because there's a blue circuit production facility in the way. But yeah, technically,
absolutely. But it's
you are
just
right.
in case.
It might be needed. It might want a bit more of it later. We might find that for some reason we need even more space than we expected for the bigger science machines or something funny.
Obvious one for the electric furnaces. You've now got them produced. You stick a thing on the end saying anything which isn't taken up for science use, you can put in a box.
Yeah, they could be. Yeah, they could be taken
I mean, you
away.
can do that early as well, but you get the idea.
Yeah. No real criticism for that.
Well, there's probably loads that have gone to logistics system because I've been really careless about that on this planet. Just gone, whatever, just delete it rather than draining belts first.
I've added that.
Yeah, it looks like about 350 to me. 338 to be precise.
Okay. Yep.
We agree. Yes, it is a lot better to have us all on the same planet and bickering with each other than it is to have us all basically playing separate games and where we're occasionally showing things off, and that's about it.
Yeah, and in fairness, there's two sides to it. One is that you get the fun, entertaining thing of one of us criticising the other one, all in good fun, of course. We don't take these things personally. But you also get the, that's interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought of doing it that way.
Yeah, it definitely does go both ways, as you say.
Yeah.
Tristan?
Yep.
This will make 0.5 per second or 30 per minute.
Okay. That's
those are quite different numbers.
Yeah. If it ever grinds to a halt, it will output a bit of steel, but not much.
Sure.
Yeah, seems fine.
This is currently, I don't think, working because we've got 4 hours on the.
Yeah, you need the Cermet to spoil for a minute and a half, for 2.5 minutes or whatever, and then make it into Cermite.
Yeah.
There we are. I've gone slightly over because this substation had exactly one layer at the top's worth of stuff that it was covering with power that wasn't being used, and that felt untidy and unclean. So now does 2.1 per minute. Per minute? Per second.
Right, that sounds more reasonable. Yeah. So yeah, Mark,
It's
your
a
your
unitless
design
thing,
over.
and the mathematician in me doesn't like. Oh no, it is Unity. Never mind. Sorry, go on.
Yes. So the idea, Mark, in case it
Yes.
hasn't been made clear, was to try and have the Cermet degrade to having about 15 seconds left on its spoil time before you make it into Cermite. Because otherwise you have to wait 4 hours
4
and
hours.
a bit for it to turn into cooked proper Cermite. And we'd rather not. We'd like to have some available for use before next
the
week.
spoil time of the output
Yeah.
depends on the
Yeah.
spoil time of the input.
The input spoils in 2 minutes. The output spoils in 5 hours. So you want the input
Yes, but
to be as
so
spoiled
if
as possible.
I input like with 10% spoil time left, the output is also at 10% spoil time left.
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay,
Ah.
then scrap that.
Dope.
No, I'll keep running for now to get
That's
this process
yeah.
out,
At least
but-
we'll have some in 5
yeah.
hours, so it's better than nothing.
Okay, back to the drawing board. No, I did not know that about the spoilage things.
Yeah, that's it's a fun one, which I spotted with the Cooper Vita stuff.
I just saw the shadows of some drop pods coming in for half a second. Went, what's that? Before I realised. Oh, I see. We are loading the machine. We are loading science labs up with mineral science packs because we have one machine. No, we have 6 machines making them. Right, we are starting to make mineral science. Basically, is what I'm trying to say here.
1 machine, 4 machines, 6 machines. Ha,
To be
ha,
fair,
ha.
they were being added, as you said.
Yes, they were literally growing, multiplying before my very eyes.
like the rocks, or
Yes, just like no, before my
Just like
eyes, like the
rocks,
rocks. The rocks are like the weeping angels. They only expand when you're not looking at them. These were actually
Yes.
expanding while I was looking at them, which is
that would be I suspect impossible to actually implement, but a very interesting mechanic for an enemy in Factorio.
yeah. When it only moves towards your base when you're not looking at it.
Yeah, or when something's not looking at it, so you've actually got to have like a watchtower.
The thing is, you'd just
I
be
don't
like
think it
turrets,
works.
where you put watchtowers all the way around the edge of your base, and then it's sorted.
Exactly, yeah.
Just so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
we
a thought that struck me when I was trying to watch back the stream from the weekend. I was there going, it occurred to me that Factorio doesn't really have a sort of active enemy set in the same way that a lot of games do. By that I mean you can put up a wall and a line of turrets and the enemies are effectively negated
Yes.
or incredibly contained.
I think that's deliberate because the idea is you're supposed to be able to automate away your enemy handling.
Yeah. It's there to provide a resistance to expansion and to put a cost on expanding rather than just have infinite free space.
Yes, but also so that's basically once you've got territory, you want to be able to keep that territory without too much effort because every part of the game has to be automatable, and if you that's wrong. So if you weren't able to do that, then you'd have to babysit that particular part of the factory constantly, and that'd be awful. It would distract you away from more important things. For goodness sake, Laurence. I
think we are saying the same thing, but from different kind of angles, if that makes sense.
I think so. We certainly don't disagree.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a restriction on expansion. That should be a blue belt. A restriction on expansion, not a restriction on your world, kind of.
Exactly.
Makes
Yes.
sense? Yeah, good. I'm glad it makes sense because I'm not sure if it made sense to me.
Can I read the spoil time of items?
Yeah.
No.
Video says.
Don't
So
think
when you say can you personally, yes.
honestly-
Circuit network, probably.
I don't
No,
think
you
so.
take the most spoiled or least spoiled,
Yeah.
but no, you can't read it.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not sure how I would achieve what you're trying to achieve. So good luck.
Thank you.
I'm sure it'll be a fun one.
So I can think of a way of doing it, but
Yeah, don't spoil it.
it's not a very fancy way, so I don't think.
Don't
Yeah,
spoil it.
I can think of I can think of an ugly way. I could think of putting it on a belt and then running it down the belt until it all goes off, and having the belt about the right length so that it will be basically gone off by the time it gets to the other end.
Yeah, no.
But that's not
Yeah,
very
that's
nice.
so prone to things going wrong.
It's
and how do
not.
you restart if it does break?
It would. I think it would work, and it would work fine.
it would
But it's a
work
horrible,
until
ugly
it's-
idea.
It would work until something backed up, and then you'd get dead stuff on the belt you couldn't use.
No, but you'd
Unless
dump all that
you-
off, and all the dead stuff on the belt you would
Yeah.
dispose of. And you'd have a check on the output that says how much Cermet is there. If there's loads of it, then stop the machine producing Cermite on the output. And if there's loads of it, you stop the machine producing the Cermet on the input. So you should always have enough room to use it all up. And then you have you then have the
it
overflow. At the
feels
end.
horrible,
It's ugly and
yeah.
horrible. I agree, but that's how it could be done. Oh, cheers for the follow, VT Mitten. Thank you for joining and being part of the utter nonsense that we've got going on at the moment. Okay. I see Tristan's filled the gap in on the belt there. That makes a lot of sense because it makes it more obvious what it's for. Happy with that. So, do you happen to know how many science packs we need to do the? You've got it queued up there. It's 500 of them, divided by what it will multiplied by. What's our productivity on science? I don't see our productivity on science on this lab. It's very upsetting.
500. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Let's look in. That's bonuses. There we go.
I think we've got 400 going in there at the moment.
Okay, that's not too bad. Where's science bonus? Am I being blind? Probably. Mining productivity. Research speed is there. I don't see research productivity. Have we not researched any research productivity? Maybe we haven't. Oh no, that's endgame stuff, isn't it? Of course not. Of course we haven't. We just need to perhaps put productivity modules in it, which we don't have over here yet.
I'm inclined not to bother, just because I don't have to worry about numbers that way.
Okay. We do have plenty of tier 1 productivity modules available because they're going into purple science.
Yeah, I thought we had. Oh no, speed modules were brought over for the drills.
Yeah, we brought speed and efficiency over to make them run a bit better.
So I tried to put prod 2s in the machines making the science, and it just went no.
Nah. Yukito is suggesting a timer with a combinator, so it only moves it when it hits X. It's
Read that it's finished, and then count up and activate the inserter, because you can get the machines to ping when they finish.
right. So you then store it in the app. Yeah, but you get a terrible throughput rate if you did that.
Yeah.
You get one machine's worth of product through every 2 minutes, basically. Yeah. So yes, it would work.
You
It'd be
output
good.
onto a belt, and you have a short length belt that's. Well, you're still using the belt buffer, but you can do that with a timer instead of the length of the belt. So it'd be more
Yeah.
compact.
But then you're limited to only being able to do as much as will fit onto a belt per 2 minute cycle. Whereas ideally, you want the machines to be running constantly. So you're
But then they've got to go into a chest.
constantly producing
and-
Cermet, and it's got to go somewhere, and then you got to know when to pull it back out again.
And if they're in a chest, then they average their time.
Yes, of the ones in the same stack at least. Yes.
Yes.
0.5 per second. 1.25 per second. If you balanced chemical plants and tier 2 assembly machines together, then could you... Could you have enough of a backlog in the machines that it's got enough time to decay in the machine? No, not really, because it'd be continuously being added to, so it'd play havoc with the spoil times. Oh yeah, and we are going to need quite a lot of this as well. So it's not something we can sort of babysit and do manually.
We're going to need it produced automatically, but we don't need crazy amounts of it. I don't think it's not part of science or rocket launches.
True. So it's only going to be for making it's going to be for making probably a lot of the machines we need from this planet.
There aren't that many machines.
Okay. There's the improved science-majigger and the Spidertron and something else, wasn't there?
Diagonal inserters and strong barrels are all it's used for. And
You know us, we are going to want a lot of diagonal inserters. We'll go, ooh, new toy, and use it everywhere.
Yeah. Also the rich magic parts 3s, of course.
Oh yes, and yes, definitely.
Which means it's
Couldn't we just
also-
wait the 4-hour spoil time?
I suppose, yeah, as long as you have enough boxes of it over there, you could have...
chests as a craftable in my E again.
What do you say?
If I press the E menu.
Oh, they've disappeared. Okay. Is
Oh, no,
someone
they
going
just-
in and out of
No.
Blueprint Lab?
I was gonna say they just disappeared again. That's weird.
Did someone go in or out of
Yes.
Blueprint
I
Lab?
just
Okay.
now I'm inside again.
Yeah.
Oh, so
okay.
when someone's in Blueprint Lab, we get all the Blueprint Sandbox stuff.
I don't.
Oh,
So they're not in.
I only have the
Sandbox,
blueprint
they are everywhere
sandboxes
else.
things.
That's weird.
Do you have the
they
blueprint
do-
sandboxes as well?
I haven't...
Say that again?
Oh yeah, I have Blueprint Sandbox stuff.
That's weird.
Can I place these things?
No, you can't.
No.
You can't craft them because they have ingredients of themselves.
Right. So yeah, so we
So
can't
that's okay.
accidentally cheat. We just have rubbish in we just have extra things in our crafting menu to confuse us a little bit. And also, if you're in map mode, you also get the unsorted box, which has lots and lots of weird things
Perfect.
that we haven't researched yet, and some
Yeah.
things that just don't exist, like loaders.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
yeah. It's a map view. It's sort of showing you everything, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a interesting thing. Sorry, yes, I need a new job, Tristan, because I've done the purple science.
How are you for copper now? Have you, do you need more?
I want to say yes. Yes.
Okay. I'm upgrading. About.
I mean, in fairness, I may have made a bit of a mistake by making copper here a sufficient number to do the original. Oh, excuse me. Green circuits, and then I tried to expand everything because green circuits weren't being produced fast enough, and then obviously it's putting copper wire on a belt inefficient.
Yeah. Okay. You'll get a bit more through now. I may need to double this up to have 2 blue belts rather than.
Yeah, we don't have remotely enough copper flowing through for the hungers of our factory.
That's a lot of accumulators.
Yep. That's what's needed to keep them all running overnight.
Eesh.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it is a large build. We have to, and it's still insufficient, as we're seeing, because we're that's basically going to be almost capable. Well, I was going to say it's capable of giving us a solid belt for a day and night, but it's not because it's about to run out, and it's still middle of the day. So yeah.
Need a clock so we can actually see what part of the day it is when sunset. So,
Yeah, the best I can do is look at the power graph and guess based on where the
Yeah.
accumulators start to drop,
Isn't there
or
a
the solar panels drop and go up.
in Factorio Peter day-night cycle?
yeah, there's a length of it. Yes.
Yeah, but we don't really want to know what time of day it is now. So
Oh, I see what you mean. Right, got you. Yeah.
It's a 5-minute day-night cycle, so we've got another 2 minutes before dusk.
If so,
You
so
could clock.
Mike, you need a job. Do you want to make a clock?
Uh,
Just a circle of lights that cycles round.
And use a solar
time
panel
between-
to reset it when it's dawn.
Yeah. If that sounds interesting to you, go for it. If not, that's fine.
it sounds vaguely interesting, but also absolutely horrendous. Can I put a solar panel on a red circuit network? No.
No,
Okay,
you want
that'd
to
be...
use an accumulator.
At which point that okay, I mean I can do that if you really want, but at the same time it's going to be quite a long, complicated process.
He did say don't do it if you don't want to.
I'm very much meaning if you don't want to, not if it's going to keep you busy. Because at the moment, we basically need Thermite and barrels and the Tesseracts.
all of which are assigned jobs. That's fine.
At this point,
No, the
don't
barrels
we
aren't, but-
want if we do the glass space rocket research, then we can remove all these labs. I can do the tesseracts in the new space that'll be available from where the labs go from. So that'll give us something to do in there, and then we can start shipping the science out to Norvis. So that's a thing that can be worked on, and then we can start. Then we can at least start doing Igrian researches. Whatever.
We just
those
don't
are.
have enough research back. If you click on the silo and then go up a level to the pack, then you can see them on the right.
Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Sorry. Yeah.
Glass space rocket to the pack.
Okay, oh yes,
Tesseract.
so then we can get things
Do
like
we
copper
not
plate
have those?
productivity, rich magic tesseract, diagonal inserters, glass productivity. Well, glass productivity would be quite no, that's only going to reduce the amount of stone we get through. It's not so exciting.
That's magic class, productivity.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it only uses stone, so it's not that exciting. If you reduce the copper plate productivity would be. Oh no, but that's probably, is that going to include from thin air? Maybe, I don't know.
no,
Probably
I think
not.
not sure if it includes something there, but it is going to be useful on other places.
Oh, absolutely, yes. We get the rich magic tesseract out. Oh, that's okay. So we're going to need to ship some over to Norvis before I can start making the rich magic tesseracts. Fine.
Yeah.
The diagonal inserters I want to unlock just for the sort of the entertainment and ridiculousness of them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the sub, Aereo. Much appreciated.
I expect
the
diagonal
other thing I
inserters
could
to be
do-
something people want some of on each planet, but basically aren't going to use.
My
I
ship
dunno.
has happily been upgraded after its somewhat awkward trip to Vulcanus and back.
It's a lot of solar.
Yeah, I wanted power. I need more accumulators really to store it sensibly, but right now I'm just going. I just can't be bothered.
I
hate
suspect.
accumulators.
Bear in mind, there isn't a day-night cycle in space, so I suspect you're probably going to be all right. Because I can't imagine your ship is actually using very much of that power, even when at full chat.
Accumulators are basically there for lasers
Yeah, which you're not using.
or any other spikes in demand.
Yeah. Let's send it to Vulcanus and just see what happens.
Yeah, you are using more than 1% of the power generated. But it's gone up a bit now. So now it's
There you go.
now it's
We're
almost
actually travelling so it's worth looking at.
it's about 6%, 6 or 7%. Ooh, getting close to 10%.
Yeah.
In fact,
But
it's
if you
over
go into
10%.
Volcanus, it's going to go down.
And it's also going a bit faster now.
Yeah, you're
Up
using
to
about 10% of your
220.
available power capacity.
Yeah. Why is it slowing down? That's a
Very colourful.
221. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got
Is
enough fuel and enough oxidizer. Neither of those are problematic. That's a lot of smoke coming out the back of it.
Yeah, it's just the way it spiked right up to nearly 2. Oh, that's a space map. Was it going towards the sun from Lignumis? Yes.
Oh right, so it was gravity fed.
I'm
I don't
wondering
think
if well, a bit slowed down. That's the bit that's throwing me.
And it makes a certain sort of not very. It makes a certain sort of not very orbital dynamics, thank you, sort of sense.
No, you do
So-
get faster as you fall towards the sun.
You have
No.
998 of each of the fluids. From the starting point, you'll have had 1,000, but I don't know
And it's
how quickly
It's now
that
speaking again.
stabilizes it.
I would hope that it's sort of a. I don't know. I was going to say I would expect that it would if the engines have any fuel in them, or at least more than a little bit of fuel in them, then they'd run at full power. So being at 998 fuel and
No,
oxidizer.
if they're part full, they reduce.
Oh, do they? Okay.
If they don't,
I mean,
if
it's
they're
up
not
to
full,
240. Yeah, speed
But
of stabilizer
also-
at 240.
if you look at the efficiency of them now, the efficiency is going up as their thrust goes down because of lack of oxidizer.
Boop.
So they were about
what's that?
50%
Oh, no, don't.
efficiency. Now they're at 90.
Shit. Back to full harness. Stay there. Sit. Good ship.
Sudden Vulcanus. Suddenly, a wild Vulcanus appeared.
It's the way it got here and just immediately turned back. It's like, no, stay.
Because you hadn't told it to do anything else.
It's only doing what it's told.
Yeah, I know. It's because I was lazy and didn't put any conditions in.
The number, yeah, I will admit there's been a few times when I've done the same sort of thing. Why? Is it just a massive?
Mark?
It was an 8,000
Yes.
research. What's it going to take?
I removed the lubricant from the thing we talked about earlier, but it is not requesting any more light oil though, even though it should.
Ink says you go faster with fewer engines.
Do you have any ideas?
If you have a lighter
No.
ship,
No,
just get up to your
sorry,
engine.
Sophia, I have to concentrate here a bit.
Tristan, perhaps you can help me on the ping.
Oh, this system.
Oh, that. Right.
Why would we not be requesting light oil?
You
Or
are
is the light
requesting
oil
light
just not available in the system?
Is minus 20k enough?
Yeah,
No,
because we
but-
have the threshold here for 15k.
Okay, yeah.
Layering engines so they're firing
Yeah,
into
that-
each other feels wrong. I think I wouldn't encourage that myself.
I think you can't,
Yeah,
can you?
you have to leave sufficient space for the exhaust thrust for each engine.
Yeah, and
Or
even
if you go
which
far
is- I
enough
mean, it's not
down,
huge
can you
amount.
then put another layer?
Yeah.
even if you can, I don't like it, and I wouldn't want to.
Yeah. It's not a huge amount of space. I can see reasons why you could do that from aesthetics point of view. Where you effectively
Lawrence, I
have
wasn't
kind of
bothering
multiple wings.
It's going to take half an hour. I got impatient.
Because we don't have enough science made there yet.
Well, we can swap them over again if it turns out we don't. I thought you said we were virtually there. I'm not sure why I thought you said that, actually, come to think of it. But
No, I didn't.
okay.
I didn't say anything like that.
I don't know where I got that idea from then. Oh, it is only producing one every 50 seconds per machine, so we're producing a total of. No, don't do that. Do that. 0.3 a second. Okay, so every 3 seconds we produce one science pack. That's not quite as fast as we ideally like to be, but well.
Finally, there we go.
Did I accidentally pull any?
Yeah, that was exactly
Yeah, we don't
what I
have
was
enough
looking
in
at.
the station up here.
Oh, okay. That is an issue. Why isn't it cracking though?
Because it doesn't want to, because we don't have enough heavy oil.
Well, the heavy oil is
We
full.
have plenty of crude oil.
Yeah, the heavy oils. The system is jammed on being full of heavy oil, so it must be reading
No.
the.
No, we're full of petroleum.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. Yes.
But we must still be able to crack the heavy into light, if need be.
Yes,
right?
but we don't do that unless we've got more heavy than light.
We have
That's
got
the
more
sort of
heavy than
an easy
light.
way to balance it.
The heavy is full in the output station.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but that doesn't
no,
that doesn't matter.
more
It's
than-
down
even
here.
more than
There is
10K.
There's 10,000 heavy and 0 light.
So we only crack the heavy if there's more than 10k of it.
Yeah,
We crack the light if there's more than 10k of it.
yeah.
Those should potentially be also taking into account the other one, because there's no point trying to crack the light oil if we're full on petroleum gas.
Hmm.
This
And
is
we are,
massive
yeah.
line,
So
I don't want
the
to
problem
just-
is, so somehow we're not using enough petroleum gas up. It's probably because we're making plastic with the lignumian way, so we've got too much. So we aren't using the petroleum gas up in very large quantities. We're basically only using it for sulfur, I guess.
What
And something like
what are we
need lots of
shooting
that.
at the spitters? Is that that's
Light
light oil?
Yeah,
Maybe
light oil.
switch
Yeah.
that to petroleum,
You can't shoot petroleum.
or heavy then? I don't know. Like
That make it worse.
the mall
or just as
isn't
bad.
isn't getting light oil basically, and that's
Is it
an
full
issue.
because of petroleum is full?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we need to replace the flamethrowers with blowtorches.
So yeah, Mark, yeah, here where,
Yeah.
where the light oil is not.
Inks
why
points
I'm
out we could do
getting-
petroleum to solid fuel.
And we could make the rocket fuel using that solid fuel
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
presumably at the moment doing.
Yeah,
See-
that's a better idea.
Could we detect when we've got too much of it and then use because we don't want to use up. I suppose actually petroleum gas, it's slightly less efficient, but there's no real harm in making solid fuel from petroleum gas because you can crack it from light oil. So it's not too bad.
No.
Persistent is claiming to be a high value asset, I see. Yeah, recipe switching
mean,
based on which
yeah.
one we have the
Yeah.
most of is a nice idea, but it means we're going to have to worry about. Firstly, we're going to have to worry about bringing in more fuel to the more different fluids into this Franken station down here, which is already bringing in both lube and light oil. That's not a serious problem, but it is a thing to consider. And also, we need to get the signal all the way from here to down here, and we need to make sure that we. If we put in another refinery block, that we monitor that one as well for its numbers and make sure we don't overload on. Make sure that they're added up and used sensibly.
All the way is just chuck it
Well,
onto the train network
True.
because we've got
Yeah.
cables running everywhere. Already.
Yeah.
Or
As
chuck
long
it
as
onto a
nothing
radio.
else is using that, which it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, or send signals with the radar. That's possible. We already have a circuit network that goes all the way through all of the city blocks, so it would just be a case of sticking it straight onto that one. So it's not particularly difficult. You're right. All the way was not a particularly valid comment. It's not the distance. It's getting it linked in and then remembering to do that if we put in another refinery block and so on. But then another refinery block would probably just be a copy paste of this one, so that would probably be linked up. But then we need to make sure we don't hard code numbers because we could potentially have. I suppose you then say whichever of the two is greater, and then that's it, and build from that, produce it from that one. So that's not too bad. So there's definitely ways around it. So it's basically what you guys said.
Sophia,
Yes.
why did you make a setup to make repair packs? Igrys?
Sorry.
Because
I
he was
don't
traumatized
remember.
after Saturday.
Probably, yeah.
It's basically a sink on the iron.
I haven't done anything today, and last week I don't remember. So you know.
Last week doesn't count. It was a different Sophia.
Okay. Tristan?
Where your have you made a new version of the Thermite thing?
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Ah. Gotcha. So yeah, it's a 2-minute runtime essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it more or less outputs the already spoiled item.
Cool.
Cool.
So with the inserter action, basically it spoils.
Yeah.
Nice.
I made a little mistake, and I changed a thing in my blueprint thing that affected something in the real novice city block, and now I have a train with molten iron. Where can I send it?
Iron Gears, probably.
Tristan, I am currently looking for something to do. Or rather, I've currently not been doing anything for a little while because I don't know, not for any particularly good reason, unfortunately.
Yeah. Currently at the how's science doing? That's still slow, so we might want to extend that further.
Okay.
But what's the production rate of that? And what were we aiming
0.3,
for?
0.33. It's a third. It's one science pack every 3 seconds.
Is what we're aiming for what it's doing?
What it's doing.
Okay. And we're after how much was it?
150 per minute.
So it's 2.5 per second in useful numbers. However, we're not going to be doing researches from here very often. So maybe should we say if we double it and reckon on that being sort of the speed we wanted to run at. So that's 2/3 per second, or 2 every 3 seconds. And then we'll say that's probably enough. And we'll just do other researches as well, because there's going to be plenty coming from other planets, probably, at least in the short term.
Actually, you can just
Angry
force
Ghost.
paste over if you're doing that, or
Yep, I can do that.
and yeah, just see what gets got rid of.
Oh, you're spot on, in fact.
Ah, excellent.
I did have to move the roboport across a little bit, but other than that, it just all went in perfectly. Oh, and there's a gap in the belt because you do that. There we go. Right, well, I'll double the production speed anyway. What goes into a glass rocket silo? Let's have a look. Glass rocket silo is steel plate. We're going to need to bring in 200 electric engine units, but that's easy enough. We can bring them in from Norvis, I imagine. Lots of magic and lots of things that we just have on this planet, so that's not going to be difficult.
Mark.
Yeah.
So I have this train here. Okay. I sent it to the gear station, but it went to the copper station. Why?
I have no idea.
So,
sorry, I cannot come over. But I have to look for the numbers here for the spoilage. So I can look in 30 seconds.
Spoilage is very time sensitive.
Yeah, fair enough.
Persistent is walking into doorways. Good.
I mean, if it keeps her happy, then why not? It's not for us to judge your hobbies, Persistent. I mean, I am judging your hobbies, but that's not the point.
It's not for us to. We will, but it's not our place.
Yeah,
We'll just do it we'll just do it anyway for fun.
Oh dear.
Oh, Tesseract production is no longer keeping up.
Yeah, it's the conductive plates, which I'm about to give you a different copper supply for.
Stop pressing Alt D when you mean Alt X, Laurence. I know the keys are literally right next to each other, but still. Right, so we're producing points.
And this will hopefully help Mike with.
There is no helping Mike. He is beyond
No.
help.
I can believe that. Okay, so we're not actually. Well, we're also going to run out of crystals quite quickly doing this because we're not producing. We're producing them at less. What did you, I see. Less than half the rate they're needed at. We are Hang on a minute. So these are all being produced at a rate of 2 per mumbledy. Well, oh, these are getting used up faster because they're being used for science and being used for enrichment. Okay, that's okay. Because eventually we'll have, when we start to pull them off from here, we'll have equal shortages of all of them. So I am going to need to speed. Yeah, I'm going to need to speed the enrichment up for these, and also production up of all of these, probably to the same extent. Although I don't think we're going to be using the rich ones at quite that level of speed. However, we do still definitely need to make these a little bit a little bit faster. So we need an extra quarter. So at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's put in just a few more then. Let's move this bit down for approximately forever. So it's out of the way and less of a problem.
Say again?
Your person picked up all the stuff Laurence just deconstructed.
Oh, oh well.
Doesn't matter.
Right, so I want to put in a bit more of this. Just this bit, actually. Yeah, to here. I'll put in another 50%. It's slightly more than I need, but I'd rather go slightly over than slightly under. So that then goes. Nope, these have to be even numbers. So let's put in 6 rather than 5. So it's up to there. Copy and paste them in down here. Boop, angry ghost. Continue moving Mark off gradually into the distance, and then I suppose. Oh, is there a third? Oh, there is a third belt. It's just underground. That's fine. So I might have got a little bit carried away moving these all the way down here. They don't need to be that far away. Then we may do further expansion in the future though. So let's put that there. Then that belts are cheap enough. That'll be fine.
Is there a way to copy like circuit conditions from one planetary stock to the next?
No,
I don't think so, unfortunately. I remember having all kinds of grumbles about. If there is, then I missed it when I was setting some things up in the when I've set things up in the past.
Yeah. Oh well. Do it manually then.
You know, that doesn't need to be anywhere specific. Let's put it there. There we go. Lovely.
Right, there we go.
And I also need to link this pipe
I'm
back up again.
content with my ship for now. I've had to drastically expand the fuel tanks. I should really, I suppose, expand the production of the various fuels and so on. But for now, just slap more tanks down.
Yeah, it depends with how much time it's going to spend resting versus moving.
In theory, lots of resting. In my mind, there is a world where this scoops up a great load of asteroid chunks, stores them, and then basically just appears over a planet and just drops them all down to the surface for processing. Or potentially crushes them and then drops down the crushed bits.
Right, okay. Oh, so you're thinking of it as sort of an orbital mining ship with a little bit of
kind of.
flying,
I'll be brutally honest and say that I've done it that way because I think it sounds cool.
Yeah, and having done that sort of thing in the past, yes, it is. It's a nice way of producing extra resources for shipping to a planet.
Yeah. Part of me wants to stick the quality thing in here, see how much legendary stuff or whatever it is, the 5-star stuff I can get.
None yet, because we haven't researched
on a belt or in the
quality.
logistic network.
Belt, please.
Okay.
I thought we had crushers that crushed stuff and then.
Yeah, but they're not to that level of quality.
Okay, fair enough. Never mind.
We've only so far we have levels 2 and 3 of quality. Well, 1, 2, and 3 technically of quality. There's a bit more research to do before we can get anything quite that glorious.
Oh, fair enough. What can I do on Igrys?
Probably not a lot.
No.
Oh, you could make a planet hopper launcher.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, we're nearly at the stage of that being allowable.
Yeah,
Not
we're
allowed to use it,
yet,
but you're allowed to
we can
make it.
Oh, those are trivial easy.
Yeah.
The whole process doesn't really feel deterministic, but I'd assume it is.
Is it the topping things up, changing the level of the spoilage level of an entire stack thing?
Yeah, something like that, but I didn't change anything about the input machine, so it should be deterministic anyway. So I don't know.
Well,
I think that's good enough.
good luck. It sounds like a challenging task.
And if it takes a couple of minutes to spoil, then I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It's the taking 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours is not okay. A couple of minutes is. There's a.
Are you happy for me to use buffer chests for taking care of the? There should never be a spoilage to steel, but I would use a buffer chest to use discard unrequested function for if that happens. As a
Yeah,
cooldown
or
chest.
purple chest in that case. Wouldn't you want to actively get rid of it?
I'm not sure we
yeah,
have
but I
anywhere
want
that takes.
I want that chest to spoil, basically, to prepare the spoilage time.
Oh wait, so
So I want to replace this chest with a green one, and if it spoils to steel, just
oh right, I see. Yes, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we should make sure we put in a blue chest that's pulling steel out of the system and dropping it in probably up here.
Yeah.
But other than that, I see no reason not to do that. Especially as it's something you're not intending to, that shouldn't really be used.
Where would you like the planet hopper, Siler Tristan?
The place where it's been built, because it already has been.
I've just put down a machine.
You produced it by.
You made one. It went into a red chest and got placed.
Because we only want one.
I have learned from one of you, I don't know which one, about not pocket crafting. Anywhere in particular?
It's
been placed
and
because you
fueled
put
and
it in a red chest, so a bot took it and built it.
Um,
That's what they do. Are there any mods that impact
Never.
quality in the pack? Yes. Oh, absolutely yes. Actually, we've got the most trivial level. We have the quality down binners, which will take in a thing of an arbitrary quality, and in this case, it'll drop it down to a quality of 1. In this case, it'll drop it down to a quality of 2. Those are. Or if it's 2, if it's sort of 2, 3 or 2 or higher, I think we were going to put in a mod that introduced that sort of tweaked the what quality meant for certain things like belts, but I think we eventually didn't. We ended up not using that one in the end because it apparently created lots and lots of problems. So there was one that we're going to put in which did things like, so if a higher quality belt rather than just having more health would move slightly faster, that sort of thing, because a lot of the quality stuff in Factorio doesn't really gain anything particularly useful from being higher quality, even when there's something fairly obvious that it could gain, like belts being the obvious one. They just get a little bit of extra health. So there was a mod that improved that, or that changed that at least. However, said mod apparently caused lots of issues due to having to add lots and lots of fake items into the game. So I think we ended up removing that one. I don't think we've got any other quality related mods installed. We haven't gone for any of the sort of the infinite qualities or anything like that. Can anyone think of any I've missed? Okay, so no, that's probably it then. Probably.
Labs are gone, Laurence.
Awesome, thank you. And we need to do the. I can't put the. It occurs to me I can't put the ones in to make the rich magic tesseract until we've done the research, and that needs us to get 250 divided by productivity. The mineral science there's over to Norvis. So
It requires a rocket launch.
requires a rocket launch and a ship flight. Yes.
Unfortunately, the ship has just left, so we've got until it comes back to produce enough science.
Right. Well, the machines are all mostly stopped. We've not got enough tesseracts coming through because we've not got enough copper bricks coming in, I think. There's also not enough green crystals coming out.
I
it's
have
not
a
copper
question about the glass space rocket.
Yep.
Oh yeah, let's
It
make
needs processing
Okay,
units,
let's
blue circuits to build. Yep, check. LDS,
Magic
check.
glass. Laurence said he was
glass.
going to put this belt in, and I forgot that it would also need magic glass. And
Shall
so-
I plumb that in? Because there's some coming in from over here.
Yes, please. Can you put it on with the LDS?
On with the LDS.
Wait, what?
You do know that that's got the science coming in down that line as well.
No longer does.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I can do that for the science if that works for you.
Yeah.
Yep, leaving. No problem, boss.
Well, it can do that.
You know what? I should have put this next to the somewhere where it can grab the magic glass and the conductor bricks and the tesseract. Jeez. Okay, let's put that.
There we are, sorted.
What are you making, Laurence?
Glass rocket silo.
I thought that was what this machine was for, because it needs tesseracts or something. I can't remember. But maybe, yeah.
Which machine? Oh, okay. Maybe it is.
I can't remember. That
I
machine
don't-
is for something, but I can't remember what.
I've just been given an infinite number of trees. And by infinite, I mean 2.5 chests worth.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
And
I don't
Saphir
know
has been given quite a lot as well. I was going to blame him for it, but he's got an inventory full of them too.
I ripped up the stuff and you were standing there.
Oh, that'll be why. Fair enough.
I assumed that all of those had been processed, but apparently not.
Now low on the copper bricks.
Yes, that's switching over to a new supply of copper, but
Gotcha.
the machines aren't all in yet. So actually, let's do that. To get a supply.
How much magic glass do we need? I'm just going to do this manually. 1,000 magic glass. Jeez. Okay. That is quite a bit.
Something is requesting the summit.
Oh, there's a
Oh,
box out
okay.
there. That's much easier.
I'll follow the bots.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
What they're being taken to? Is it the trash unrequested?
Oh, it's the amount. Okay, yeah, sorry. It's
Boink.
5. Okay, yep.
Right, we should get slightly more copper out this night.
Hooray!
A bunch of machines are being placed down in that bottom section.
Those rocks. I don't know. Like,
Are you getting scared by the rocks again?
not scared, just suspicious.
Auspicious rocks.
I-
Lovely. Right, so that's going to start
You see
making
these
conductor bricks.
accumulators here?
Yeah.
You know they've got no power.
Why do they have no power when I copy pasted from? Oh right, yes, because they're actually
They're
not
the ones for
needed.
the
They're
next
for the
build.
left hand bank, because there's a column of 2 on the right. They're not needed for the copper production. There.
What a
So
weird.
does that mean that substation there is superfluous to requirements?
Which
The one I just pinged.
Yeah. That,
no, that's needed to link into the second batch.
yeah.
Got you. Okay,
Otherwise,
no
it's slightly
worries.
too far for the
Yeah,
them to
I
reach.
see that.
No worries. I'm putting it, there.
Well, it mustn't link to up at the top, so you'd have to unwire that, and yeah, that.
Oh, I
is
see. Right. Okay, got you. Yep.
Quick and easy. I can just drop it in there, and it'll just work.
Yep. No worries. Makes sense.
I like the crossover cables down here that don't actually meet.
Yep. I wanted to pipe some across to the.
Oh yeah, I understand exactly why it's there. I'm just entertained by the cables crossing over without.
And it means all the power is coming in through that. The cables up there.
Yeah, try not to melt that switch.
I was going to say, so if anyone comes in with some wire cutters, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
So there's a fun fact. I was talking to a guy. Hang on. Can I tell this story, or is it? I
This
can't
fact
tell
was
the
not
story
as-
on stream. Never mind.
This fact was not as fun as we were led to believe. Is it-
Yeah.
What's that going to?
It's sorry.
Oh.
It's because it's on stream. I can't tell it.
There's an enormous amount of
Oh.
copper bricks
I've
going that
spent
way.
the last week, basically last week at the civil service hackathon. Let's just phrase it that way, and suddenly it becomes all very okay to talk about a little bit anyway. So there's a wide range of characters from a wide range of backgrounds, and some of them are absolutely fascinating. Some of them are completely insane as well, but that's not the point.
The two can. There's a strong overlap between the two, I suspect.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Dawn has only just dawned, and we've already run out of copper. I'm going to copy this copperizer again for the conductive brick production because it's still not enough. And then I'm going to wire it in very, very carefully and get a bit of a headache trying to do so.
I don't think it has actually fully produced.
I think it was okay. It might not have been running all night long, but it's not far off.
It's also missing some machines. You're
Yes,
not actually going to get the copper plate machines.
No, but it's a start to trying to get the thing fixed and actually working. Oh, we've got some green splitters, nice, and all the other green bits and pieces that go with them, I assume. And a blue splitter can go in there. So it's not going to actually increase the overall throughput during the night, but it's going to give us a larger buffer that will carry on, hopefully allow us to carry on working all day long, which would be nice. Where are you connected? Okay, this Roboport's power is on the other network. Okay, good. And actually, this one's on this network. That's fine. I'm okay with that. So if we look at this pylon, we'll see that we're currently. Oh, okay. If we look over the last 5 seconds, we'll see that there's still 19. The switch is closed, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Okay. Never mind that. Yes, Mike is still afraid of the angels. So we do at least now have some copper bricks coming in. He says trying to find the copper bricks. Here are the copper bricks coming out of here. That means there's some coming in down here, which means we are once again starting to make some of the crystals. We've still got a massive shortage of the greens for. Actually, no, we don't have a shortage of the greens because there's. Yes, we do. Then yeah, we have no greens down here because they've all come in along here to be made into others. I don't know why we seem to have more reds than we have greens. That's a bit weird.
It's presumably from the rocks or the temples.
Maybe the rocks, and yeah, maybe they were slightly imbalanced. But never mind. It sort of doesn't really matter. As long as everything keeps flowing through, then it'll all sort of balance out in the end, kind of more or less. I think, hopefully.
Yeah, as long as there's space on the belt for the bottom one to output.
Yeah.
I think we're mostly.
Then we
okay.
should be all right. But yeah, we're now waiting for waiting for enough of these to come through that we can make enough green.
We need 7 more tesseracts.
Oh, we've run out of blue plus ones. Oh, the blues are being. Oh, the blue pluses need the conductive bricks as well. So that's why that's struggling. But there is one. Choop, goes in there, and there we go. Now we're making another tesseract. Good. We need another 7, as I think Tristan just said, to go into here. We need another 80 something steel plates. That's basically there. So we are nearly at the point of having made one of these things, which is nice. But it's been a bit of a struggle, mostly because of the shortage. Yeah, this lack of copper is kind of ridiculous. What is it that we need for the? Oh, good. We are actually making the these machines, which just takes quite a long time to build it. It's a 30-second craft, and we need quite a lot of them. We're running until we got a full stack of them. What do they stack up to? I don't know. It ran away.
Lawrence, what's your
50.
wiring logic here?
Where's here?
The new copper thing you put in. Because that appears to.
Oh yeah, that pylon
disconnected.
on the top shouldn't have been copied in. That's
Okay.
yeah. I
That's fine.
copied slightly too much.
I didn't want to just go in ripping stuff out.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is slightly funny because the two roboports down in the middle of it are powered by are powered from the copper production system, but
Yeah,
I decided never mind. Also, slightly frustratingly, there is one column of accumulators that we're not going to be able to place because it's out of range of the roboport.
all right. Oh,
One row.
It's probably fine.
It'll-
It's being averaged over all of them. So.
Yeah, and Mark did say there were slightly too many anyway. So I'm pretty sure it's probably fine, but still, it's mildly frustrating. It'll be fixed. I guess it'll be fixed next time we do another expansion of this, and then we can put them in then.
Yeah.
I think we must have just had a spaceship arrive with a large number of accumulators because they're all getting placed. Well, it's not going to get any science.
Did you not see the big raft of cargo pods dropping from the sky?
No, because I was looking elsewhere at the time.
Fair enough. A big raft of cargo pods dropped from the sky.
Okay, cool.
It's the fact they all come down exactly at the same time in perfect synchronization that makes
Well,
you go, okay, hello.
The spaceship is set up to launch mumble at a time. It's able to launch 5 at a time. So yeah, they get launched at the same time, so they come down together. It's like the Falcon Heavy landing when the two outer boosters come in, basically in almost perfect sync.
Yeah, almost perfect sync, which
True.
looks natural. It's when
Yeah.
things are in perfect sync, it looks unnatural.
Yeah.
It's the sort of reverse of the uncanny valley.
Didn't they deliberately have them out of sync for the first launch at least? Because if something went wrong, that meant there was time to not time, but they were less likely to affect each other or something.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about
Maybe.
Falcon Heavy, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That took me a moment. I thought you were meaning one of your when I thought I missed the Falcon Heavy bit. And I thought you were talking about when you first came to Igrys, you dropped the first one down on its own.
All right. We are
It's
currently
possible.
almost made the rocket silo. There we go. It's finished.
Hooray!
Ooh, exciting!
I'm going to turn the inserter so we stop nicking all the tesseracts temporarily.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think one rocket silo I think is going to be enough for the time being. Because I'm thinking we're not going to be doing the science from this system particularly quickly. That said, I would still have used a green inserter myself to load it into the silo.
What do we get
Yeah.
from the science from...
Diagonal inserters and research pack production productivity. And
So it's mineral science is the... Igrian
mineral
one.
science, yes.
Okay, so copper plate productivity, useful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Diamond
that's a
inserter.
good one.
I'm going to
There's
regret
one-
saying this, but what does that do?
What is that? Please use your words.
What does that do?
Oh, copper plate productivity.
No, diagonal inserter.
It's an inserter that goes diagonally, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, like I assumed that as well, but this is why I said I was going to regret asking this. Have we actually confirmed that to be the case?
No,
Well, no,
No,
we
we-
haven't researched it yet.
we haven't researched it, so we don't know. It's just this vague idea we've got. We're thinking, if we had 500 mineral science packs, I reckon we could make one of these inserters go diagonally.
I mean, in fairness, it is a high-tech solution. A Factorio engineer, everything is orthogonal. There is no such thing as diagonal, except for rails, and those are the cursed abomination of the lab.
22.5 degrees.
Exactly. It's.
Yeah. Just be glad we don't have Bob's inserters. Yeah.
I liked Bob's inserts, apart from when I very foolishly tried to calculate the variance in throughput based on
Oh.
if you have Bob's inserter going, you got two touching.
Yeah, if you have then put
Yeah.
the inserter a bit further away, so it's 3 squares away, so it only has to do tiny angles. It can go back and forth really, really quickly because the inserters have a rotational speed, not an end of arm actual speed. So yeah, Bob's inserters are ridiculous for many reasons. That being
They're
quite high
cursed.
up on the list. They are
Yeah.
they are for the most cursed builds. Mostly because you can't look at a build and tell what it does, because an inserter could put something anywhere. At least with a normal Factorio build, you could send somebody a screenshot of it, and they can look at it and they can tell what it's going to do. It may take them a bit of thinking and trying to sort of trace belts and trace spot inserters and things like that, but you can tell by looking at it what it's going to do. A Bob's inserter could be taking something from anywhere and putting it anywhere else. Who knows? It
You
could be
can
anything.
turn on the arrows thing. So when you mouse over an inserter,
Oh, yeah.
it's got those. You can have them on all the time. I
Oh,
believe.
okay.
It's a setting.
That would help a little bit with that in that case, I suppose. Yeah.
I suspect it would make it a massive mess, but
And actually, yes, you'd have loads of inserters in the same place, in the same sort of area. So you'd have loads of these arrows around, and you wouldn't be able to tell which was going from where to where.
Yep.
So it would help a little bit, especially if there was one was a little bit on its own. But you'd still have a chaotic mess of indecipherables. yes, Ariel. The only way to make diagonal inserters is by using magic. That does sound spot on.
Yeah, exactly. There's a surprisingly small amount of research off the back of the mineral science. Diagonal inserters, which is magical, obviously, as Eru has quite rightly said. Glass productivity.
Magic glass productivity specifically.
Magic glass productivity.
Yeah.
Copper plate productivity, in fairness, very useful. Because you need...
Rich Magic Tesseract does lead to science enrichment, strong barrels, and spidertrons, though. So that's a little bit more
but that's it. That's the end of the tree.
The copper plate
Yes,
productivity is an infinite. Oh, and so is the glass
those
productivity.
barrels,
Yeah,
the
there's
science
two of them.
enrichments are important. But yeah, they're not science. They're not
Yeah,
research.
the strong barrel, as far as I can tell, is just you can barrel magic fluid now rather than piping it.
Yes, which is very important because you want it in other places.
Can I interest you in the concept of a mark pipe?
No, other planets, other places.
Yeah. How
Oh, I see what you mean. Ah, right.
Running
yes,
running a
yes.
pipe from Igrys to Vulcanus would be tricky. I'd like to see you do it, but it'd be tricky.
You're asking me to overbuild something, right? This pipe, it's going to be like a space elevator, then some.
An interplanetary pipe, yes.
So I'm just going to need to suck really hard on the other end to start the cipher.
Yeah, I suppose Vulcanus is closer to the sun, so a siphon would kind of sort of. Actually, no, you'd need Vulcanus to be a larger planet, then it would work from a siphoning point of view, wouldn't you? I think.
Unknown technology, planet Rubia. Well, that doesn't scare me. Who's down for Rubia again?
it's not decided yet.
Hey.
Every time I see Rubia, I
be
think
either
of
male
that
or
that coating that lots of woodworkers use on YouTube, or at least they used to before they all made their own versions of it. Which had the comical name of Rubio Monocoat, and there's a guy who say, and I'm using 2 coats of Rubio Monocoat, and you go, hang on a minute, the clue's in the name here.
Yeah, but I mean,
I know the marketing says you only need 1 coat, and he disagrees with it. That's what he's getting at. But still, it amused me every time he said he was going to put on 2 coats of this thing that was literally called 1 coat.
Laurence,
Tristan,
we should shortly have all 3 types of rich boss names.
Ooh.
Crystals. So on these belts here, we have some of the Cermite is heading in on that belt.
However, we haven't yet researched the shiny
yes, that's right.
tesseracts, so can't do much with it yet. But it's
try
good
and
to know.
build it, or
I could do, I suppose. Yeah, all right. Let's see. I'll build a little bit of it, and then see how many we can fit in, and then when it's inevitably not enough, we'll squeeze in some more.
yeah, that should be the first thing.
In fact, I shall come over here and reroute these belts before you bring too much of that in. Stop that there. That was less than 4 hours. Well done, Mark.
Oh yeah, I was just looking if some already arrived. And they did.
Yeah, I looked to see if any had arrived, found it hadn't, and thought, oh, I saw the machines were running and trying to do stuff. What's wrong? And then had a look and went, oh, right, no, it's just finished. Yeah,
So
10 minutes.
no, the that's some weirdness going on here. If you have a look at the top
Oh, the
ones
higher
here,
up ones.
this is like below
Oh.
5 minutes.
That'll be because there was already some in that chest, presumably.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it'll sort itself out. I wouldn't
Yeah.
worry about it.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we'll get a burst.
I would.
Shall
I'd worry
we
about it.
double it, or so mirror to the other side?
Yeah.
That seems sensible. Yeah.
Right, shiny
Yeah, we'll do.
Not
tesseracts.
more. But we'll see if we need more.
Oh yeah, we haven't got ultra tesseracts yet. That's why I can't find a damn thing. Come on, Laurence. Sort that. Right, here we go. Rich magic tesseract. That requires. It's just the 3 of them. Okay, cool. So in that case, we'll make that go up there. We'll pull up a couple of them. Have that go up there, and then in the interest of maximising production, once we get things rolling nicely, put that in there, and that's going to be our rich magic tesseract output. We're going to have that and
Did
that.
we find that we were going to want to ship them out? I can't remember. Oh yes, because they're using Spidertrons, but I'm fine with that being by bot, because
That
there's not going to be a
Mark?
crazy amount of those.
you
Yes.
there.
Have you finished counting your things that you need to be counting?
Yes.
Sadness and disappointment.
Could I please perhaps borrow you for a second now?
Sure.
Alright.
Say no, Mark. Say no.
I believe that the requester station for the LTL stations is a bit bugged because the stations don't have unique names. If you look at this one and this
Are
one,
you explaining these things to Mark Sophia?
Yes, I was just going over to the side channel.
Yeah. I know. I saw Mark get off and Sophia start explaining it.
okay, let's hop
Oh,
over there.
dear.
Yeah.
The
Right.
temptation to troll with them by messing with the Discord channel permissions is quite high.
I did very nearly boot Sophia out of Discord chat earlier when he was shooting me and dumping stuff in my inventory at the start of the stream. Could boot him from the server entirely, but that seems a little harsh. The Discord server specifically.
Yeah. I was going to say, have you tried asking him nicely or threatening him with a large weapon?
No, I was just going to use the large weapon of booting him off the Discord server. Or he's booting him out of chat.
It's simple, it's straightforward, it's to the point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's abuse of mod powers, which is what mod powers are for.
No. Couldn't possibly comment.
Yeah, I mean, none of us have ever put anyone in timeout for, I don't know, making age jokes or anything like that.
I think
Yeah.
Pete normally puts her in timeout because she literally asked for it.
I think it's gone both ways.
Probably.
I mean,
Yeah,
you could say making some of the jokes are pretty much basically asking for it.
Yeah, there's that. I'm still sad that for experimental reasons, as the senior mod of the group, I got demoted to the junior mod of the group, and no one put that back. The experiment was done, but yeah, it's fine. I'm not bitter.
Is that a German joke meaning you're not very pleasing?
Yeah. Not hononym in German. Yeah.
Yes,
But,
it's like whoever it was who observed that clearly Germans are lovely because all their children are kinder.
yes. Absolutely.
Alright, so we've got some production going on over here. We're gradually producing more of these copper plate machines. I think we're about 2/3 of the way there, eyeballing it. So so we've got a healthy flow of copper at the moment, but I don't think we've got enough coming in for me to put in more machines making the copper bricks. Because I think we're running out during the day. In fact, you know what? I could check this on the production graph, couldn't I? Copper coated bricks. Let's extend that a little bit. There's the copper plate production during the night happened. There we go. That's pretty spectacular. Oh, conductive bricks. There we go. That one. Yeah. So we are running out of copper during the day. But then actually we had a dip, but we didn't actually run out during this day here. So maybe once we've got all of these plates, well, maybe it'll just carry on running constantly, and that'll be lovely. But also,
might
maybe
then be
maybe there'll be capacity for putting in a few more machines, making a few more copper bricks. Because at the moment,
Well, you double it and make it a 3 to 2. You add a third
oh
set of
yeah,
the
yeah, that makes sense. Third set of copper plate machines, and then yeah, a second set of brickers.
yeah. I would
Yeah.
say don't pace that down yet because
No, because we haven't even finished this one yet.
haven't even finished the left-hand one, which was in there first.
That's true. Not that it matters, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Bear in mind there's some going up here as well because I nicked the entire left column of them to
To get this started.
add
I
in.
see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're being made slowly but surely over here, gradually. It's only slow because there's this 30-second crafting time, so and plus UPS based penalties, so it's not too bad. And we're getting this is a healthier supply of copper bricks than we were seeing before, but it's still not getting down further than about the first 4 machines on either side. So it's not quite the rate to which we wish to become accustomed. Which means we've only got 4 of our machines over here making the science packs. So,
Do we need copious amounts of iron ore in orbit?
So that again.
Do we need copious amounts of iron ore in Igrys?
We could do with some. Sometimes we could do with some iron plates. I don't know if we really need them at the moment though.
I've
we
had
seem to be.
a little light bulb go on over my head. Given that we're now very, very short of conductive bricks, why don't we start making green boosted tesseracts instead of blue ones and stop using conductive bricks for all of that boosting?
Yeah, that'll be the point of having the different recipes.
Well, yeah, and I think we should be well. Let's see if how the magic glass copes with me stealing all these things to go over here. Right. So first things first, let's cut.
Well, you put a splitter in there, and because then you're only going to get the green circuits off. And you don't need to do anything awkward with them.
Yeah, but you think? I could put in a second set of tesseract making machines, I suppose, and just no. But I want to stop these. I want to stop these machines using the conductive bricks because we need those for making the crystals. So I'm going to set those machines.
If you put it down below, then it will use the green one recipe by priority.
I see what you mean. If we have enough, yeah. All right, let's do that. So
I'll set up the not rich blues to come in on the other side of the belt with the rich blues.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you'll need them underneath as well.
Yes. In fact, could we put in a splitter like this, taking the rich blues off to the right?
Yeah.
To the right. And that can continue down. Right, yeah, then we put in a copy of this. Bink. Bonk. But doing the green recipe. And we'll do the green. We won't do the red one, at least not for now, because that requires the cermite that we still don't have in sensible quantities. Right, and then I can feed these out from here. So I need another splitter in here. And let's go down. Let's remove those down to here because that's where they should be now based on that design. I'm going to move this up and probably break everything because I want to have this go out here. And then hopefully I can reach, yeah, I can reach all the way under that. Nice. Oh, it's going to need to go up another block. Bim, bim. And then this can come under here and under here. And then come down and on here.
You could have just fed into the splitter.
It's true.
Input.
Yes, it will be on
It's
the
on the correct side.
Yeah.
But you might want to enforce it being on the correct side, which is awkward there.
Tricky.
So.
Let's go back to what I was doing before because that is safer. Like that. Nope, not like that.
No, not like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was with you. I was there as well. Right, so that's... I won't feed them through quite yet, but I think that's going to be good. Do that. Yeah. We haven't got any blue crystals coming in, but that's because we don't have any... Oh, do you need a... Yeah, there's only blue crystals coming through. Shall I? I'll fix that.
What can I do to help?
So that will go in there, and then... Nope, didn't need that one, but oh well. And then they go down there. So now we've got some of them coming through here. There we go. There's a load of the blue crystals coming down here.
To be honest.
So we should...
Oh, no.
I have a job for you if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, go on then.
Right, why are you sad? Oh,
This
magic
is
glass.
Module City, which was designed by Laurence.
Idiot. That needs to
Okay.
be...
And it goes
That
for level 1 and level 2 modules.
Yep. Do you want
And
level 3
we now have
modules?
level 3 modules, at least
Oh.
the speed modules. So I would like you to add to the eastern station a multi-purpose station.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
To request basically what's needed for all the things for level 3 modules, basically.
Yep.
Um,
Okay. I got a pen. Level Novice. Level 3 modules.
Yes. All 5 types.
5 types.
Mm-hmm. Here.
I still think I want to disable these machines for the time being. The ones making the rich blue crystals. Because they're still taking in all of the conductive bricks. And we don't have enough of a backlog of crystals, of tesseracts, for that to be useful yet. Why is there some... Oh, I think it's because I booped.
And then I was thinking, so Sephira said yesterday in Discord or something to add a sushi belt because we have so many different inputs, like special outer world inputs for the for the level 3 modules. I like the idea of the sushi belt, but to ensure that we have enough at each machine, I would add a buffer chest basically, which gets the things from the sushi belt into one chest. So basically something like this.
Let's use the search. That's what it's there for. That one. Especially
Yep.
as a weird
Okay, so when you say
thing, I can't
buffer
find
chest,
it.
you literally mean a steel chest buffering rather than a buffer chest
Yes,
buffering.
yeah, exactly. So
Yep.
this belt here is a sushi belt with all the items. You grab everything
Yep.
until you have whatever you want to be buffered, like 50 each or something like that, and then we have everything available for the machine to run.
And do you want output via the circuit network, by the logistics network, or via station?
Just like here, logistic.
Logistics output. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. How smart do you want the sushi belt?
Well, that depends on you, doesn't
That's
it?
what I was talking about.
I mean, yeah. It's do you want it to be counting the items in and counting them out, or do you want it to just work even if it pulses at odd moments and so on?
Yeah, since you are buffering at the machine input, it can be quite stupid and just use the read all on the belt functionality.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. No worries. No other questions, Your Honor.
Then
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Let's get cracking.
Inks is saying, this is going back a little bit actually, back to when we were talking about the Bob's inserters, but Inks has said he does have the arrows turned on all of his inserters by default, and it's not actually that bad because generally they don't overlap. I think that's the sort of the point there. If we started using Bob's inserters, then we'd come up with something where they did all overlap and you wouldn't be able to tell what everything was doing. But yeah, you're probably right, it'd be quite good. But if we get the fluid up into space with enough speed, then it'll fly. Then the rest of the pipe is superfluous. There is an element of truth in that. You'll probably find it sort of spread out. I don't know. I get you get gravitational effects and it sort of bump off itself and maybe expand out. I don't know. I don't know whether a jet of liquid would stay sort of perfectly. What's the name? As it travels through space? Maybe it would. You could have a funnel at the other end to try and catch it.
I'd assume it was spread out because the molecules are still moving around in a liquid. So they're all
But then there's gravity pulling them together.
Yeah, so
Oh look, we've run out of magic glass.
Yeah.
I think I need to do more magic glass production. Oh no, it's just there's not enough stone coming in.
Not enough stone coming in.
Jeez. Okay, apparently we don't have enough drills. I mean, to be fair, I say we don't have enough drills. That's kind of true because none of the lanes are full when they're getting to the end.
So some of the drills aren't running. They've got yellow lights. I've just upgraded the belt. Told it to upgrade the belts.
Okay.
So
we've got 20. A full row of those is 80 drills. That's for the ones that are full, not the bottom one, which is enough for 26 per second. So that is about half a blue belt. Slightly more than half a blue belt, but still. So we need another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows of those going all the way across the stone patch to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 on the output as well.
One biter within our walls.
Congratulations.
What's he doing there, the silly sod? Waiting
Hello.
to get zapped.
He
by the
needs a
looks of it,
name.
but-
What are we going to call him?
Target.
You can't name him after a store of US
Oh.
supermarkets.
Victim. Is there a shop in
You can't
Victim?
call him after the name of the people who shop at said US supermarkets.
I was sort of waiting for one of the laser turrets to get put down first and the biter to come over and eat it, but no, the one with the substation did arrive first, so it was all right. Just. Aww, poor sod. Yeah, so there are as probably everyone is aware, but I'm going to say anyway, there are mods available that give biters names and have little things pop up every so often when one of them gets killed. But the rate you kill biters at in this game, I suspect that would just be incredibly annoying because you'd just be getting pop-ups constantly saying, "Oh, you killed another biter. He was called Bob. He had three sons and enjoyed going off to the local cricket league every weekend." And
My
whatever.
impression is it only tells you about something like 0.5% of them or something.
Yeah, but even so, that's still quite a lot.
Yeah, when you slaughter them by the thousands.
Maybe it's a 0.1%, or a 100%, but even so, it would still get. It's the sort of thing that it would be entertaining early on. Maybe if it was limited to 1 an hour or something like that, or to n small percentage of ones that were killed by the player or by the player's vehicle, etc., etc.
Yeah, I think it's fun when you do manual combat and have these messages pop up.
I'm doing a manual launch of
Ooh,
a bunch of science to just
590.
decent amount, and that
Yeah.
will mean we can at least do the next research.
We can do the next research. We can look to see how well we can make sure everything's working over at the other end. Yeah, definite reasons. Makes sense. Oh, it's a glass rocket as well, which is a horrible idea.
Yeah, you can see through it.
Oh yeah, that's very strange. I'm not sure I approve, but okay. Oh, I see. We feel like I feel like there's a shortage of magic glass because it's all going. Actually, no, it's not. It's coming out in bursts and then because it's a stone. That's a problem. Yeah. Shall I put in another 3 rows of mining drills, Tristan?
Yeah. Our production during the day is completely fine. I will expand I will grab these accumulators from the spaceship, before it leaves. I'll put in some more accumulators because that's going to be the limiting factor.
Okay. Right, so I'll put these all in down here so we get most of the power from them. I'll even line them up with existing pylons. That's about the best I can do. Right, possible lag warning in 3, 2, 1.
The entire game has stopped, and that is completely. Yeah, whatever. I couldn't even be bothered.
I gave you a lag warning, wasn't that enough? What more do you want?
Yeah, I was going to sass you, but then I couldn't be bothered.
I had a feeling. Is it a day ending in a Y again already? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's another 50% on the stone production. Which is
Okay.
an increase. I say that like it's already happened. That will be another 50% on the stone production once all of these this gets built.
It'll be a massive drain on the accumulators until the efficiency modules get put in.
Yes, yes, it will. I'm not actually quite sure whether
Okay,
we'll
Mark,
get.
you can't see anything there, right? It's
No,
nothing
that's
to see
all fine.
there.
That's perfect. Yeah.
I'm not
I'm
sure whether
looking
this
at
is actually
the-
going to work.
You can redirect the water. Onto
These things might be too far apart.
the water pump.
Is that the water?
Why can I not see the robo ranges?
There's
Oh.
a water pump there.
There's a what pump?
You may need to replace various.
Ah, sorry.
Robo range is virtually invisible on stone.
Yoink. Where's that?
Another one in there.
Just
Feeding
put it
water.
here.
Help.
Just, move it more to the east.
Yeah, I've
Robo,
Bring to the mall.
no worries.
Yeah, I'm going to need to move these. Up to... Oh, ha! I lined up the pylons, but it hasn't lined up the drills. That's going to bother somebody.
Oh well, not their planet.
Go to Machine and get the super accumulator. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure we'll end up at Machines at some point. I can't remember what's next in the list, and I don't think it's been officially announced. I suppose you're probably right there, Inks. Yes, the rocket is made out of extremely hard, extremely hard glass because it's been made from extremely hard stone. I see absolutely no logical problems with that suggestion.
It's magic. Why complicated more?
Yeah,
than
all
that?
right.
It's a
It's just
magic.
magic. Fine. It's just magic. That's all we need to know.
It's just magic.
You're right, actually. During
in-
space exploration, I did justify that you could launch glass via delivery cannon because an actual solid brick of glass of however many tons or of a delivery cannon capsule was. I'm trying to put my hand somewhere in front of the camera. I don't really know why because I'm just gesturing like this. A solid block of glass is actually quite tough. But a rocket made out of glass is sort of inherently not a solid block because it has to have rockets stuff inside it and the cargo inside the top of it as well. So it doesn't apply in quite the same way. I was suggesting that if you just sort of basically put a solid brick of glass inside your delivery cannon capsule, it would probably survive.
Have you not seen James May dropping a mini on a pane of double glazing?
No, I
It
don't think I
bounced, the
have.
mini bouncing off.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as a friend of family, he used to work at Pilkington, glass people. And he's the guy who did the calculations for that. Apparently, you can do some genuinely incredible stuff with glass if you have enough data available on what you need it to survive. It becomes incredibly expensive very quickly, but you can do it if you really want to.
That's true. And
So
yeah,
he-
the double glazing and sort of hardened glass and that sort of thing is surprisingly tough. It's true. And yeah, actually, even single glazed glass is actually it's harder than you expect. I mean, I've been fairly abusive with beer bottles, especially doing things like emptying a bin of them into the recycling bin outside. They've all smacked into each other, and they almost never break.
yeah.
So yeah, it's true. Glass is actually tougher than you expect. I think it's because you think of something like a wine glass, which actually is fairly fragile. You have to be quite careful with those. But something a bit chunkier like a beer bottle is actually quite strong. So yeah. Agreed. I can see that. Glass is not as brittle as you think, because you sort of have this idea from real life that you have to be really careful with it because potentially it can break and it's really bad when it does. But the sort of chunkier types of glass, like as I say, beer bottles being the first example that comes to mind for some reason, that's the thing I think of, are actually really are quite tough. Yeah.
Saphira, I think since we have the liquid names in there, we don't actually need the liquid drop anymore.
Alright, how's the dynamic storyteller? Dynamic storyteller has arrived at Norvis and presumably then has been unloaded. Oh, God, let's turn that view off. Has presumably unloaded some science packs.
Yep.
I don't see any. Maybe they've all gone out already.
Spoilage.
What are you spoilaging?
I'm looking at the list of things that the level 3 modules require. One of them requires spoilage.
Oh, okay, actual spoilage, right.
Yep.
Oh, we're not requesting it currently. So those need to be added to the landing pad. I've just done that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, just to sort of set your expectations, Mark, some of these things cannot be done right now.
We can make
yes, I
spoilage,
know.
can't we, technically?
For example,
Only
yeah.
the level 3 speed is has been researched.
Yeah, I mean, I can set up the system just sort of nominally for the future, but like dark matter crystals, we haven't got yet.
Now, I'm happy to only do the speed level 3s, but regarding station design and sushi,
Yeah.
just build it with the others in mind.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's future-proof and make it so that it works now. Blind build.
Yep.
Is that not?
Why is that not outputting? Oh, there's no minus 40,000 mineral science requested, I don't think. Yeah.
Biter eggs.
Yeah, your input doesn't have mineral science.
This build is going to be just a little different from some of the others that I've done. For example, most builds don't usually have containment facilities.
That'll make things a little bit different. And out they come down here. Right, so those are now coming over to the labs, and I assume, do the labs, yes, the labs do automatically grab them in, so now we've got mineral science packs in a few of the labs. So at some point, well, actually, yes, I guess once we finish mining productivity in 10,000 oh no, we've bumped the magic tesseracts up to the front. Cool.
Now that they're actually out and into the labs.
Yeah. And making their way down the second
Possibly should
column.
have waited until more labs had them in.
Possibly, but it's only a little bit of time.
And now we're getting alerts because we're low on this type of science. You have to have at least some for it to detect that.
Delivery cannon is an Acme rocket pointed at a trampoline on another planet. Now, if there's a trampoline on the other planet, it bounces it all the way back to where it came from.
But I like the idea.
Yes, I think Metal and Stars is I think Metal and Stars is intended to be a more late game one. Although the Stargate is only the same distance out as Gleba, so
It is. It's accessible now. But we've been told it's got late game type tech.
Oh yes, that rings a bell. Yeah. So in theory we could go there. In practice, it's probably not a good idea. It would be kind of spoilery.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that you've kind of got early, mid, late game, so it's a standalone mod pack that does a whole lot of stuff, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but the difference in vanilla Space Age, there are obvious tiers because you start on Norvis, of course, then you unlock Fulgora, Gleba, and Vulcanus at the same time, so that's the second tier, and then once you've done all of those, you unlock Aquilo, and then you functionally unlock the Solar System Edge. So you have those stages, and the modded planets sort of fall into the same sort of pattern as well in the way in what you require to unlock them.
Yeah.
However, it sounds like Metal and Stars is a little bit misplaced, at least for the way we've got things set up, because apparently the tech you get from it is sort of Aquilo level tech, but it unlocks a bit too early for that sort of thing. So we're going to manually push it back a little bit in our way of playing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine, and obviously we previously discussed, and yeah, it makes all sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Even if it looks cool to be flying all the way over to the separate system.
yeah, you're not really flying, you jump into a Stargate, but that's why
Yeah.
it's a 500-kilometer distance.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. There's something cool
Yeah.
about going through a Stargate. Also,
Yeah.
when I looked at this, it looked like first my eyes read it as the populated side of the Halo, being on the ring world, whatever we call these things, was on the outside of it rather than the inside. But now I've looked more closely. It is actually on the inside where it should be. Just my eyes being funny.
My eyes are flipping it as I look at it. It's just switching between the two.
If you look closely enough, it is definitely on the inside. But if you zoom out a bit,
Is
then you can do the flicking back and forth thing and getting confused. Maybe it's something to do with the lighting. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that the sort of the bit near the circular thing, that's inside, not outside.
the side that has forest and oceans and desert on it is the inside of the ring.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Yeah. Fine.
Yes, which makes
My
sense
brain
because
can
if you
make
if
it
you were building
say-
if you were building
yeah.
yourself one of these Halo things, then you'd want it to get sun. So, which is why when I first looked at it and it felt like it was the wrong way around, I was going, hang on a minute, and then I looked at it more closely and realised it actually is the correct way around.
It's one of the fun problems of a ring world, just from the science perspective, putting aside like the sheer quantities of matter required to make it, and so on and so forth.
Justin, are you happy for me to remove these silos here? And just connect it over here?
Yeah. You want to?
Expand storage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You actually do want a night? Because if
True.
you're putting in daytime,
Yeah.
you've actually got some rather serious problems.
Yeah, I guess if you've managed to make an entire ring like that, you could make another half ring orbiting in the opposite direction. No, it'd have to orbit very, very quick. It wouldn't be a half ring. It would be lots of chunks orbiting in the opposite direction.
Yeah, you'd effectively have a lid that
Yeah.
A sort of helps keep the atmosphere in, and B.
Oh, I was thinking just a sunshade between the ring and the planet. That's a ring and the sun.
And B also has opaque bits as well as translucent bits.
Yeah, but if it's attached, then you have to have this thing moving at quite high speed.
Yeah, well, at speed, yes. High.
What you
What
actually do is you'd build a lid over it like that, but you'd have LCD built into it or something equivalent, a higher tech version of it, so you can just darken dim and darken the thing for the whole ring at the same time, so you don't have to worry about time zones.
If you care about time zones that much, which.
Well, you'd
If
sort of
you're
do
that
because you'd want
futuristic.
people on the ring to be able to communicate with other people on the ring and not have that hassle.
Yes.
Worrying about day-night-
Although, I
day-night
mean,
time.
yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff there as well. But
So,
you
for
can
example,
have-
the Asimov's Caves of Steel book was about humanity having moved into basically giant domes because they were scared of the outside or something like that. And then the entire but they didn't go for Ringworld or anything like that. But then the entire world went onto the same clock. They abolished time zones because it was easier because they were all living indoors. Essentially, it was much easier to put everybody on the same time zone. And yes, a ring world is a many orders of magnitude larger system, but I think the same logic would stand. That yes, you
Potentially, although I would personally say that time zones are about managing day-night cycle discrepancies rather than the objective in themselves.
exactly. So if you don't have day-night cycle, if it wasn't that for the fact that the sun comes up and sets at a different point in time here versus America, we wouldn't have time zones between them.
Yeah.
So if you're not seeing the sun anymore, then it makes sense to have everywhere on the same time zone.
Yeah, at which point, yes, you're living inside the ring.
Yeah.
Whereas if you have it as a translucent lid, then you've also got all of the natural goodness of the light and so on.
Yeah, which
I
is why I'm
suppose,
saying you use an LCD or something to cut the sun out and turn it back on. It's essentially to turn the sun on and off the entire ring at the same time, rather than having something that
surface of-
spins around on the inside. Also, fewer moving parts. So it'd be much more
True.
much less likely to break.
at the point you're building a ring world, I think the number of moving parts is should we say, probably a solved problem.
Yes and no. I mean, there's no sense in having additional complexity just for the sake of additional complexity.
Whilst I do agree with that, I'm also sitting there thinking, you've solved a lot of these problems. It's not a huge amount of complexity, and it comes down to fundamentally what you're trying to achieve. Yeah. I suppose the other obvious advantage of having it as a fully opaque, etc. things, you stuff the inner ring with solar panels, and that is your power generation.
Yeah. True. Yes, you could do that. And alternatively, you just have strips of solar around along the edge of the ring, since you're already building this massive thing. But no, I do agree. Yes, it would make some certain amount of sense. But I think there's a certain advantage to not having an enormously heavy piece of metal travelling at hundreds of miles an hour, a relatively short distance above your head.
Yeah, it's true.
Safe word, safe word, safe word. Can I interrupt?
Yes, I think so.
Maybe you need a word like fish slice that you can just sort of slide in there.
Raspberry is my go-to one, but yeah, okay. So the old LDS block. Can I remember
Why is it
that
always
one, Mark?
fruit?
Yes, you can.
Cool, thank you.
Because I was under the impression that pineapple was the traditional one, but there's definitely a theme of fruit going on here.
I mean, it depends on what is usually involved in, in the activities needing the safe word, you know?
Please don't involve a pineapple. That'll just...
We agree on
supervision at this
Yiddish
point.
I need an adultier adult.
Yeah, there was something, but I just couldn't remember what it was. That's why I just said safe word.
Safe word is an adequate safe word. You could, I mean, depending on what you're doing, no or stop might be an adequate safe word as well. We should probably stop this train of thought before we get demonetised.
I was going to say, you're trying to speed the demonetisation again.
I'm pretty sure somebody's run it faster than this. Right, well, we put in another 2/3 of 3 rows of drills, and there is a bit more stone. There is a bit more stone coming out. Still not very much, though, is there? We do have enough power, don't we? Yeah, we've loads of power. It's just this stone is so hard. Might need to put 6 to 4 balancers on the input on the two side inputs for this. 8 to 9 to 1 balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's 9 to 6 balancer.
I'm just trying to work out from a design perspective. I mean, it's coming up on 11, so I'm going to shoot off in a moment anyway. But from a design perspective, how do I want this sushi belt to start? I feel an osmosis belt, to be honest.
Sounds a bit fishy.
I really want to do a good old-fashioned osmosis belt.
What's an osmosis belt? And I accept I'm probably going to regret asking this question.
Before you had filter splitters, but you did have filters on inserters, you run 2 belts alongside each other with basically just filtered passover, which is kind of osmosis thing, but then you tended to make them very wiggly, so you had lots of space to try and keep throughput rates up.
Right, okay.
Remember that you're gonna have different items in here.
Exactly, yes.
And you could just side load or splitter load them.
Yeah, turn the
Yeah.
belts on and off as required. You don't have to use splitters to anywhere in there. You could just side load whenever there's less mumbly on the belt.
So my initial thing is you pull stuff in from the station, and I'm then thinking to stick it into a sort of sorting pool almost in the first instance. So you've got 5 chests, 1 for each of the things that you need. And that's your kind of holding pattern to try and prevent the station from backing up.
Oh, so you're thinking of having the station just unloading into all of the chests and then sorting it afterwards, unlike the ones we've done, unlike the multi-station drop stations we've done for the science packs.
Kind of, yeah, because those are
more like the mall drop stations, in fact.
But yeah, so with those you filter each chest is filtered, and then those chests only go so that no bit of belt has different types of items going over it in theory.
Mark, there might be a train coming somewhere that with something that I could not stop from.
Okay.
Yeah,
There might be a train going somewhere with something. Good.
but I'm guessing you'll get a notice at the depots if
In the
something
depot,
comes in with something.
And the depot will get a warning.
Yeah, okay, cool, and then we can just send it to the.
Yep.
Thank
I
you.
see we haven't fixed the petroleum gas overload problem yet. Is that what you're still working on?
No, I was just taking a look at that.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I think I meant Sophia, but okay.
I'm
I've
going
been working
to
some.
head off at this point, chaps, because it's coming up on 11.
Okay.
I will have a think about how to do a fun little sushi belt setup before next time. So yeah, thanks for the game all, and I shall see you.
See you next week for more of this. More of this sort of shenaniganery.
See
Yeah.
you around.
Night all. Night chat.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Actually, these belts are pretty full now. I don't think they're quite full, but they are, because if they were, we'd be getting it sort of pushing back up here. But they are fairly full. No, so I was going back quite a bit now because we got distracted by talking about Ringworlds. We're not saying that Metal and Stars is... We're not, as far as I'm aware, Metal and Stars... I don't know if Metal and Stars is designed to be done in stages. We're saying that we think it's intended... It sort of fits better in the way we're in the scheme of the game as a late game sort of Aquilo type area. It's about the same time as Aquilo fits in, rather than at the same time as Gleba, Vulcanus, and Fulgora. So there's those sort of tiers. We've got 0th tier, which is Lignumis, I suppose. First tier, which is Norvis, and I guess Maluna is sort of tier and a half or something like that. Then we've got Vulcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, Igrys, and a number of others. I couldn't really tell you which ones off the top of my head, but there's quite a lot that are then that sort of the next tier that you can do almost whenever. Although I think Igrys had to be after Vulcanus because you need the strong drills. But basically, they're all similar sort of level and somewhere in the middle. And then you've got the Aquilo, and we're saying also the Metal and Stars, and probably a few other things.
You don't need those drills, by the way. They're helpful.
Okay, maybe all right. I thought, but you do need Vulcan's packs to find Igrys, though, don't you?
Possibly. Can't remember.
That's a citation needed myself. Igrys, yes, you need. Yes.
Yes.
I've clicked on the wrong thing because I don't know how. You need wood and steam production and Vulcanian, which is a weird combination. But yeah, so you do need to have gone to Vulcanus first to get those. Then if we go all the way back up to the top, if we have a look through the planet, so Fulgora is just Norvian and space, and Lignumian as well. Same for Gleba, same for Rubia. So Rubia we're allowed to go to anywhere. Shipyard is the same. That's the beginning of Metal and Stars. So that's the one we're not doing yet.
Yeah.
Tiber again is just standard ones, and Castra is just the standard ones, plus military, which is quite appropriate. And Cubium is similar. There's a few more science packs in there, but it's still just basic ones. Same for Corundum also requires you to have been to Vulcanus. Now we go through and try and find other planets, like this one. Mirandus requires you to have gone to. Oh, this is Metal and Stars, and that's not. And so is Nyx, and so is Ringworld. More planets.
Do a search for planet.
Oh, that's a good idea. Does that get all of them? I'm never quite sure.
I sort of blindly assumed it would get all of them for my specking out of when we could go places.
Right, so we'll see when we get to the end of the game and realise we've missed somewhere. So Secretus, for example, requires Vulcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, Maluna. Interesting. Oh, Maluna's Interstellar Science Pack, which we don't know anything about, and Aquilo. So you have to have been to Aquilo before you can go to Secretus. Aquilo requires you to have been to... Ooh, what's that? Requires you to have gone to Rubia as well as the other vanilla ones, and finish off Maluna properly. Meraxis also requires all of the vanilla planets and Rubia. Then we have Tenebris. Again, similarly, all vanilla planets, Maluna and Rubia. It's interesting that Rubia seems to be the only one that's really stuck itself into other mods. So point being though that for all of these you've got your sort of planets you can go to whenever you like. Then there's a handful that require things. There's a couple that require Vulcanus. Then there's a load that require. And then there's a load down here that require all the vanilla ones. This one requires Aquilo. Then there's a load that require all the vanilla ones and Rubia and so on. So those are sort of a later tier. They're equivalent to Aquilo, is what I'm trying to get at. I've said it more than 3 times, but not 3 times in a row. So she hasn't appeared yet to slip my throat for talking about Rubia too much. Yeah. What planet are we going to next? That's classified, by which I mean we haven't actually made our mind up yet. We have ideas, but we haven't officially announced it yet. So I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, we're going to produce our first barrel.
Oh, that seems
Or our
marvellous.
first
Strong
10
barrel.
barrels. Produces 10 at once.
Okay, strong barrels.
We're
Ta-da!
getting different things out.
Oh, I see. Then they're going into here, and they're being made in strong barrels of magic fluid.
Oh,
Ooh,
size of,
Does
I
the
got
colour
size
matter?
of the belt wrong.
oh, Tristan. That's interesting. No, I don't think it does matter. I think they're all exactly the same. They're just different colours. So we've got yellow ones and pink ones and blue ones and gosh, and the pink ones aren't quite full. Oh, and orange ones as well.
Shortchanged.
Yeah, I blame Tristan since they're the sort of the pinky purpley ones. And they're clearly his responsibility.
Yeah, he'll sort out the sides.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
the
that's
sides
fine.
don't really matter. It's just for once they start backing up, it matters.
Are you using a long inserter there because you reckon they're going to come through in sufficiently small quantities that it doesn't matter?
I haven't checked 100 of them per rocket.
Oh, should search for moon. That's a good idea.
Oh, fair point. Yeah.
That gets a Ceres, which is again another one. It's just you can have that whenever you like. And Secretus we've already seen. That's for Frosata would be out there as well. So that's the same. You find that at the same time. And Bioinfuser, which is unrelated. So that does seem to be. That's all the ones that come up with planet or with moon. It's now can we be bothered to scroll through looking for anything else that looks like a planet like this one, which is Mosheen, which have we seen? Oh yeah, Planet Discovery Mosheen. So yeah, we did see that one, and so there may be others that we've missed, but I'm not going to go. Enemy research monitoring. That's not a discovery. Is discovery a thing? Should I be
Mosheen
searching?
sounds very weird. It should be like Moonshine.
No,
Then
because
there should be 2 O's.
there'd be 2 O's if it was Moonshine. Also, there'd be a,
Yeah,
there'd be a
but
cow
I
on
mean,
it.
what I'm saying is that's what we should call it.
Only if it provides us with beef.
Space beef. Yum, yum.
Space beef.
Next copper production thing is up and running.
Okay.
Entertainingly, a bunch of the accumulators are flat at the moment. Because they were placed during the night.
Yeah. Copper is, I'm impressed to say, is no longer no longer seems to be the shortage. Are you going to put that splitter in at the top that's obviously missing, or shall I do it?
You can do it. Yeah. I was going to do it without. I was waiting for the belt on the right to finish, and that was about 10.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
And
So
then
now stone is our limiting factor, and actually putting in. I think if we do want to expand this, we're going to have to upgrade all of the belts, or at least all the belts that are carrying the stone and moving quickly to green belts, because the belts are practically full. They're not quite, but they're very, very close to being full. So if we want to get any more stone flowing into the systems, we're going to need to upgrade the belts.
So, stone bricks we might need. The other stuff. So the conductive bricks, I don't think we should need an upgrade.
Yeah, the conductive bricks
the
belts. I feel like it's probably going to be enough. I'm mostly worried about the magic glass.
So if those input belts are full and it's all being dealt with, I think that should be enough
Okay.
for the science rate we're after.
What science rate are we after?
I don't remember.
in your calculations?
Oh no, I calculated these based on I think something like 1 science per second or something, because we decided that we wouldn't be keeping up with.
Yeah. We are currently doing 2/3 of a science per second, so it's a bit slower. So we should be laughing. We don't appear to be laughing, but we should be. Although actually, suddenly all the conductive bricks have arrived, so let's wait and see how that gets on. Because now we've got it. Now we've got well, we will soon have a practically solid blue belt of stone of conductive bricks coming in. We might find that suddenly we could be producing these things a lot quicker. Ooh, that shouldn't be 4 in that case. That should be.
What happened to? Oh, right, it's
7.
there. Never mind. I was looking under these to try and find the other ones you made, but no, that's the
Yeah.
it's the to the right of that.
I've set the ones that are making the the rich blues to only go when there's a solid blue belt of copper bricks coming in. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to be doing or not, because it still isn't giving quite enough. There's still not quite enough coming through. Maybe it should be from the bottom end of that instead. If the belt is completely full all the way down to the bottom, then it can run.
What's it limiting us on?
Production of crystals at all. But are they catching?
Yeah, but what's that causing to be limited? So there's
science. Yeah, science, because we're not making the tesseracts quickly enough. Although we're just straight up not making the tesseracts quickly enough.
that's because we don't have glass coming in fast enough on the green ones.
Yeah, okay. So maybe we do need to have them running as well. Okay, I will leave that as is then, and let it make blue plus crystals when we seem to have healthy supplies of copper bricks. And just see where we can keep a bit of an eye on it and see where the limiting factor seems to be. Of course, as soon as we get that science productivity producer, then we're going to have loads of science coming out of here with much smaller inputs. So hopefully that will solve all of our problems forever.
Also, the magic glass productivity presumably makes more magic glass, but not more stone.
Yes,
Sure.
Presumably.
And
Yeah.
there's a question.
Oh, I
over
see.
what
Oh, I see. The output coming out of the magic glass production machine stone. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Presumably.
actually, let's.
Glass productivity. Magic glass productivity goes up by 10%. Yeah, I think at some point I think possibly because of when Covrex was introduced, didn't they? They came up with a thing that said actual outputs versus byproduct outputs, and productivity only applies to main product outputs.
So you can set it up like that.
Right.
I've told it to put a productivity module in there. We don't have any left, so let's mix them from there.
Will we be able to tell? I suppose we'll see when a
rotate
bonus one
inserts when
finishes.
that recipe's going to finish. When the purple bar's going to finish.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. Ink says Castra is fun. That's the combatty one, which admittedly normally isn't our favourite thing, but Castra does sound like they've done some things quite interestingly. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to seeing all of the planets, to be honest. They all certainly all the vanilla planets and all the modded planets we've played so far have all got their own sort of interesting little quirks and features and things that we enjoy seeing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing all of them. Even Castra, even going back to Gleba. Maybe I won't go that far. So
Tiber gets an advantage with the I don't like combat sort of thing because it's got nostalgia working for it.
Oh yeah, yes. I don't know if we've actually got combat as such on there. I don't know if this. I don't know very much
I
about
sort of
Tiber.
assumed it would, but
I think it's got the Tiberium resource. I don't know if it's got. I don't think we're going to run into Nod and GDI out there.
shame. But only from the nostalgia point of view,
Yeah,
not from the I want combat point of view.
we'd run into it, but then we'd find all the Tesseracts were zapping us with lasers instead of getting put into magic science packs. So,
Yeah.
That was it. The nod with laser turret weapon was called a Tesseract, wasn't it?
It was the Obelisk of Light was the big one.
Oh, Obelisk of Light. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Yes.
Quake Gore, so Kovarex is the example where it doesn't do that kind of thing. So it's possible to not affect the entire recipe. What's been done in this mod is another question. Because, yeah, normal, in quotes, is just output what happens when the recipe runs.
Yeah. Yeah, Kovarex, you don't get back an extra 40 uranium 235 whenever a productivity run finishes, for example. Oh, was Tesseract an alien artifact in Command and Conquer as well? Okay, because obviously I know it was in it's the spoilers for Marvel stuff. It was the blue Infinity Stone in the Infinity
It was a
Saga,
container for that.
or at least in that form, in the container form. Yes.
Yeah. Which was it was a 4-dimensional cube.
Yeah, it was the combination of the two, I guess. In that, it was I think the Tesseract wouldn't have counted if it hadn't had the Infinity Stone in it. Yeah, so Ink says we should go to Castra before we've trivialised it by unlocking late game weapons. That seems reasonable. I think it's been we've put it in as a sort of as a mid-tier planet. So we'll go there before we go to Aquilo, before we do the Metal and Stars stuff.
Yeah.
And so on. So but we may well have gone to say Fulgora and maybe Gleba before we go there. Those are quite possible. But we'll do it before we go to Aquilo and the other ones around that sort of point.
Yeah, it might be in sort of 3 or 4 planets time, or it might be pushed back another rotation.
Or it might be the next one we go to. Who knows? I don't know. I can't remember.
We should have a discussion about that because we've got there's options, but
or was that one that required Rubia? I forget. I can't remember.
Was what? Sorry.
Was Castra one that required Rubia? Let's have a look.
I
Is that Castra? That's Corundum.
didn't remember that. But
Rubia.
isn't it the second
No, we
one?
can go to Castra now if we wanted to. So yeah, we could just up sticks and go straight over there as our next planet as soon as we're sufficiently done with this one. But there's a little bit more to be done over here yet, as you're probably very aware. We want to get we're sort of babying the science, or we're sort of watching the science production a little bit at the moment. Actually, nearly all the machines are running now, so it's doing pretty well. We currently have, let's find out,
80% of a rocket.
We currently have just over half a science pack per second being made. You know, actually, we should be filling all these with productivity modules. I'm going to go and steal some from Mike's thing and shove them in, because they're already running not quite full speed.
Yeah, that should have been done from the start.
It should, yeah. I may have grabbed rather a lot more than I actually needed there. Oh yeah, even distribution's been doing its weirds.
52%,
Boop.
53% of the productivity check.
Right, so we're getting an extra 16% now.
Something else, it'll finish.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I should chuck. Actually, I should chuck these productivity modules in. Since we're input restricted over here, I should put them in basically everything, shouldn't I?
The crystal enrichment, not necessarily,
You think not?
and it might not
It
allow
might not
it.
let me. It does let me.
So because that then messes the numbers.
Oh, messes the proportions. Yeah, fair point.
Yeah. I don't know if
I'll
that
put it in the
matters.
crystallization thing because we can always put in more of these chemical plants very, very easily if we want to. Oh, no, we can't. This doesn't take product. What do you mean intermediate products? These magic crystals are definitely intermediate products. Ridiculous game.
We could make quality ones.
Yes, we could. We shouldn't, but we could. Probably can I put them in these? Let's find out. Nope, tesseracts are not intermediates either. Now, what am I going to do with a magic crystal or a tesseract on its own? They're clearly intermediates. That's just the
Cleanse
game's
your
being.
aura.
Sorry?
Cleanse your aura.
Yeah.
Or
Maybe.
whatever it is they're supposed to do.
I feel cheated that I can't put productivity modules into those. I'll preemptively move this guy across that way. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'll stick that back there. These are going to have to be moved across at some point. In fact, I probably should do that and that. Oh, what? Oh, there's meant to be another one of these in here, apparently. Yeah, so I'm thinking these need to be all the way across like that, out of the way, because we're probably going to be putting in larger machines all the way down here. Oh, and then these solar panels are going to get in the way, but never mind, we can move those later.
Banks of mining drills and modules just flew past in front of me.
Excellent, we do need those.
I'm very zoomed in as well, so that was just happened to be in just the right spot.
It's like when you see an aeroplane go directly in front of the sun.
Shouldn't be looking at the sun to see that.
Okay, when you're sitting around and suddenly everything it gets, and suddenly you're sitting in the sun and suddenly you end up in the shadow for sort of a fraction of a second, and you look up and you realise it's because an aeroplane went between you and the sun. Better?
I don't think I've noticed that happen.
I have on more than zero occasion, probably more than one occasion. It's not something that happens regularly, no, but it's happened from time to time. How's our production of stone going? That didn't really make a noticeable increase in the amount we're producing. It's gone from about 15k a minute to about 15k a minute.
Did you add 5% or something of the machines that were already there?
Potentially. To be honest, I was expecting to get more of an increase from the speed modules, but again, I guess even then, it's not that many machines getting them because there's only this bottom row, the bottom 3 rows down here, which is another. I mean, it's a third of the whole thing, and we got maybe 10% of those put in. So yeah, it's just about 3%. Yeah, so it is fairly insignificant.
Mark,
Okay, so the next...
Yes.
the LTN fluid requester has been updated throughout Novice.
Cool.
The provider is not matching, though. Would you like me to do that one as well?
Laurence, if you want to see what it
Yeah,
is,
sure. Yeah.
it's about to finish.
In 68%.
Alright.
Yeah.
No, 5%.
68% of a build. 60% of a build.
Yeah.
Because the two will finish simultaneously.
No. The purple bar should finish first.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, yes, you're quite right.
Because I watched for the timing.
98, 99.
It produces...
Boop. Oh, both. So we do get free
Yeah.
stone. Okay. I'm surprised, but not too upset. A bit of extra stone is certainly not a bad. Well, we're not using productivity modules in them, but yeah, would not have been entirely.
No, but that tells us what the research will do.
Yes, that's true.
That was what I was wanting to check because that was a. So is that going to be fine?
Yeah.
So if our productivity gets too high, is this all going to jam up?
Yes, but the productivity being too high would have to be about. Well, it would have to be the 300% that you can't get. No, it would have to be 200%. Because at the moment we've got a sixth coming out, and it's going on to half of the input belt. So that means if it goes up to, more than half of what's going in. So if we get more than 200% productivity bonus, then we could have a problem with this design, I think.
But then if it's getting to that point, the top machines will stop running because the output belts will be full because the bottom machines will be filling it up completely.
True, so it might not actually jam, it might just run more slowly.
Yeah, I suspect as long as we don't get 300 stone out per craft, as long as we don't get more than 300 stone out per craft, we should be fine. And if we can get to 300 stone, then it's a new design.
Yes.
is
But I don't think you can. You can't get more than 300. You can't get more than triple productivity, 300% overall production, can you? Because if you could, then you
hence
could.
that's been considered. 'Cause
Well,
that
I think
might-
it's not.
I
It's
don't
not.
know
It's not
how-
been considered for this. It's been considered for the recyclers, because with a recycler, if you could get 300% productivity in a recycler, then you'd be able to get. Then it'd be an expanding recipe rather than a contracting recipe.
Yes, but I don't know where that rule is.
I believe it's a hard and fast rule in Factorio, but I could be
Okay.
wrong. I think there is just a hard and fast rule that productivities cannot be above 300%.
But that might be
Or
that
200.
the productivity standard recipe has that limit, and if that's not being included in this one, it wouldn't apply.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I think it's a sort of a hard and fast rule that no machine can ever have a productivity above 300, as in 2 plus 200%.
Could be.
But I could be wrong. I'm not
idea.
sure about that. I didn't say no regular. I didn't say I was seeing the aeroplanes going between me and the sun from home. I just said I've seen it happen more than 0 times. Could have been on holiday. Could have been could have been when I was at an airport waiting for a flight. Although that had
Can
been a little
confirm
bit
that he's
surprising.
been away from his home more than 0 times.
It is true. I have in fact left my house once or twice. Not much more than that, granted. I don't go out very often, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Regular. It's a global prod cap rather than. Oh, is it 300%? Yeah, so 300. Yeah, so that plus 300% productivity. So you get, for each time it runs, you get 4 times the amount out. That would make a sort of sense because the recyclers are a divide by 4. Although then, if you had 300% productivity in your machine that was making a thing, and then 300% productivity in your recycler that was demolishing the thing, you would still be getting
Quality, yeah.
free stuff. No quality, not including quality.
Well, no, you wouldn't get free stuff because you get the exact stuff you use to make it.
No, you get 300. You get plus 300%, or possibly plus 200%, 300 in total, in both the machine that was making the thing and destroying the thing, recycling the thing, and then you get divided by 4 from the recycler.
But the recycling doesn't have productivity.
It does if you put productivity modules into it.
Can you?
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Maybe you can't, and that's how it works. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. If you can't put productivity modules into a recycler, that will get around that problem. So you're probably right. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to believe that. That's probably the case. So yes, if you research low density structure productivity to 300%, then put in productivity modules, this will only get 300%. It's like you can't go below 20% power, or is it? I think you can't go below 20% speed either. So yeah, in the same way you presumably can't go above 300% productivity. Recycling only has productivity for scrap. Okay, that makes sense. To be fair, I can completely understand that. Ooh, we're starting to get a little bit of back pressure through the stone balancer. It's not backing up as such, but we're getting little bits of sometimes the stone gets pushed back a little bit. So
with
we are
the modules from space exploration. You get, because of the productivity got so high on those. I had on my single player one. I had times when I just went, okay, it can run at 20% speed, but it's got something like minus 200%. In the speed.
Yeah, I can believe that.
It's just not worth boosting it.
It's not worth trying to get the speed back to a sensible level. Yeah. And it may take 5 times as long to run, but each time it runs, it produces 5 times as much stuff. So who cares, or whatever. Yeah. Because space exploration wouldn't have had that productivity cap. Because I think the 300% productivity cap was introduced for 2.0 for space age because of the recyclers. So back when we were playing space exploration, it wouldn't have had that cap. Probably.
Yeah, didn't we have some like 10 times on the labs or something? I can't remember what it
labs
was.
Labs are apparently different.
No.
Outside is gross. It contains no Factorio. Sadly, most of the day contains no Factorio because I have to do my actual job.
Right. The barrels have basically backed up.
Okay.
Oh, need to have the.
Okay, we have the science enrichment thing. Oh, it's 1,000 science packs. How many have we shipped so far? Oh, we've got 1,000 in the
not
rocket, so that is enough. If we can get the rocket launched and onto the ship and then send it back over to Norvis, that will be a sufficiency of science packs to do the
Okay.
the enrichment center.
Is that's full? So yeah, that should just. Hang on. Why is it not launched? Oh, no, it's
The spaceship isn't there. That's why
icon.
it's waiting for ammo, repair packs, repair. No, what do you? Oh, it's waiting for accumulators. I can just about see the red. Oh, there we go. It's going. Oh, you triggered it.
I set it off.
Yeah.
I don't care about accumulators that much
Fair.
at this stage. Yeah, we don't have any of the science packs going round the loop on the. Because I rotated the insert and then forgot about it, and it's still rotated and there's no backed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah.
So the labs have some in, but
Yeah, none of them have made it back out. I see. So, but
Yeah.
that's fair. We didn't send a huge number over.
and we have done 2 researches.
True. Yeah, that's gone well. That'll give me something to talk about in an upcoming video. So yes, we've got the glass space rocket, we've got the strong barrel, and we've got the rich magic tesseract. Nice. What? Why is that grey? Oh, it's enabled by unlocking any 2 planetary science packs. So we can get. So we presumably haven't got that one yet. In fact, this is going to be another thing. Maybe we should go back to Maluna once we've got this. So that requires us to go to.
Probably Fulgor or Gleba.
I don't know. It says 2 planetary science packs. I wonder if this one. No, it doesn't.
Just unlocked the second one.
We've unlocked a second one now, so it can't be. So yeah, it must have to be Fulgor or Gleba, or probably Rubia, just because Rubia seems to have managed to get its tentacles into absolutely everything. Oh, all the ships are on their way to Vulcanus at the moment. And by all, I mean kind of both. Both the ones that are actually on the move. I was going to watch all the rocket launches from Vulcanus when they get there, because it's probably going to be a big salvo of drills being sent up. And in fact, look, we haven't looked at Vulcanus today. Let's have a quick look in and see how things. I mean, things seem to be. There's a lot of stone flowing through, so that's going off to the recycling systems up here. So we have been doing stuff on this planet because the stone flows when we've been making metals. And actually, we're making science packs at the moment, so that's probably where that's coming from. But we are caught up on all the production of machinery here.
Just jump in with a positive note. All the science machines are running on Igrys. Because they're slow, because of the productivity modules.
Oh, I see. Right, yes. What speed are we getting now?
I've got to find rate calculator.
I was going to say mass liftoff, but no, it's actually only 2 machines of drills. Alt X for rate calculator.
Thank you.
I was expecting there to be a lot more than 2 launching, but actually, I noticed Saphir has clearly assumed we're not going to be using all that many drills, but we're going to be using massive numbers of foundries, because he's got rockets for taking foundries out, quite a lot for taking crushers, and then only 2 for drills, which is kind of amusing.
Well, I think that's about the rocket capacities.
Oh, because you give it 20 and 10 and 5. Okay, yeah, fair enough then. Oh, and I think the other ship has now arrived, because the Vulcanian one, the Richard Dean Anderson, because we're now launching a load of calcite and tungsten triangles. It's quite nice watching Vulcanus when when a really greedy ship arrives, because you do get some impressive fireworks. Note on the science pack in the research tree for the need X to unlock text. Oh, more launches. That's more calcite going, I think. Do you think if I look at that, we'll see? No, there doesn't seem to be any. I don't see anything on here. So the cost is a load of science packs. You still need to have science packs you need to use science packs in order to get it, but you need to have done. You need to unlock any 2 planetary science packs, quote unquote, in order to enable the ability to unlock it. So that's sort of a little bit weird and different. We've got half of that done, so that'll be presumably from Vulcanus. I assume that's what that green bar across the top is. So yeah, based on the fact of us not getting it from Igrys, I suspect this means we need to go to Gleba or Fulgora, and it's been hard coded with those ones even though it says planetary science packs. Possibly because we might have ended up accidentally unlocking it from, well, it wouldn't be Maluna because it's its own, Maluna's space science. That's just not planetary. Maybe steam or wooden science might have counted otherwise, so we have to be a little bit careful in there. But as I say, I wouldn't be surprised if Rubia has stuck itself into there as well, because it seems to have stuck itself in pretty much everywhere else. Which is nice. More integration between mods is a good thing. I don't mean that remotely as a criticism. Right, Dynamic Storyteller is on its way again. It's not far between those two, is it? It's, yeah, Vulcanus and Igrys up. Well, it's got there already. There we go.
It's a fair distance, I think. I think it's might be further than it is from Norvis to Vulcanus.
It's not on the visually looking at the map. I'll check in a second. I'm just going around watching rocket launches for funsies. Ooh, and pod drops as well. Sorry?
With a transparent rocket this time.
Yes, it's even more fun with a transparent rocket.
Okay, we're not going to get the magic fluid up in this one.
No.
That's fine.
So Igrys to Vulcanus is 11,000. Vulcanus to Norvis is 19,000.
Okay.
So
I think maybe I noticed that they weren't round numbers, and that just threw me. And maybe I don't know.
Fair enough. It's it visually looking at the map, it's closer, but I know it doesn't necessarily have to be. Like Vulcanus and Cubium really that close? Yes, they are pretty close. Only 7,000, and then that one's 8,000, and that one's 11,000. So they are. I don't know if they're at least sort of vaguely appropriate for the distances they look like. This is probably going to be a nice long one. 33,000 there, 29, 46,000 to go from Castros to Secretus. And then, of course, this is the big one. 500 kilometers. Huh. No, okay, that isn't the long one. It's just that one is much shorter than it's drawn at, because that's going through the Stargate. It's only 500 kilometers from there to there. It's just an extremely long line because you have a Stargate to make it go even faster. Oh, you think I should be able to look at the other sciences? Yeah, Lignumus has also stuck itself everywhere, which is interesting, and I don't hate it. Even if it, I can see if I was playing single player, I might find it frustrating, but multiplayer, it's not so bad. This one, no. So if we look at Agricultural Science Pack, the Gleba one, I don't see interstellar science packs across there at all. So no, I don't think there is anything that says. So we will never know. No, it's not true. We'll find out when we do Gleba or Fulgora. It'll definitely be unlocked. If we go to Rubia or anywhere else first, then we'll see what happens there. But I suspect, well, I don't know what order we're going to do them in. I think we need some more lights around here. It's kind of spooky, and it's not Halloween yet. I just get scared easily. There we go. That'll be enough. Sorry, I know I asked you how fast these were going, but then I was not listening when you told me.
0.6.
0.6. That's not bad, actually. That's we haven't lost very much speed there, and we're gaining a mumble. We're gaining an extra 16% productivity. I think that's easily worth it. I guess, yeah, you don't lose that much speed from a tier 1 productivity pack module, because you don't gain that much productivity. It's just not an enormously powerful module, so it doesn't make all that much of a difference. But that said, 16% extra productivity, not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, there's a lot of magic glass, I assume, arriving to make another launch silo for the glass rocket silo for a glass rocket. Good. Actually, with sort of enough sand and stone behind the glass, and I was going to say the glass could be quite a good material for the rocket silo, but no, it'd melt a bit too easily. Maybe with it being the hard glass from the hard stone, maybe that's not the case. It's a bit stronger than we expect it to be. Why don't I put night vision in my armor? That's a very good question. I just haven't. Yeah. I think the problem with that science pack is that there's multiple different ways to unlock it, because it's get any two of the planetary science packs, where the planetary science packs may be vanilla ones or it may be the modded ones as well. Well, it's not all of the modded ones, so maybe that's the reason that it's a little bit vaguer.
Oh, queued that slightly too early. Is there any research to do in the meantime?
Yeah, it's still 8,000 kilometres away, I think. It'll be there fairly soon.
4,000 science is fine.
What are we doing? Oh, artillery shell shooting speed.
Yeah.
4,000.
I'm not going to research range because that's something I would run past Mark first. But
Fair.
Sure.
shooting speed isn't-
My idea was to research everything up to 16,000 16k.
that seems reasonable. Yeah.
It does say 25 minutes left to do the artillery shell shooting speed research. That's
Okay.
quite a long time.
It gives the science packs time to spool round, and then I'll switch them.
True. Yeah. All right. I suppose there's no point in having the labs idle.
Yeah.
How is Lignumis? I've not spoken to Lignumis for a while. There doesn't seem to be an enormous amount of science here. I'm hoping that's because the ship has just come and taken a load away. But yeah, we're making the science is being made over here at a sensible rate, I think. We're producing it at 2.7 per second, which isn't bad.
You're a bit low on power, so I think your build is exactly to ratio, so you are a bit underproducing, I think. Also
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're
blue-
well. Yep, bink. There we go. Just run out of power for the night.
Yeah, also blue circuits seems to be a bit underwhelming.
It is. One of the things that's sort of vaguely on the to-do list is to send somebody out to Lignumis and increase blue circuit production to a dramatic extent. I think that's going to mean replacing. Although I'm sort of tempted to wait till we've been to Fulgora. No, probably don't want to wait till we've been to Fulgora. Probably replacing all the steam assembly machines with assembly machine 3s, and also then replacing all the machines. And we've got adding in quite a lot of extra machines making the wooden circuits, because I think that's going to be the limiting factor. And basically just making sure everything is running fast enough to keep it going. Oh no, lumber is the limiting factor for the wooden circuits. Is that why these lackluster? Yeah, I feel like the wooden circuits is the limiting factor here, and the wooden circuits are limited by the amount of lumber, and the lumber is lumbering through slowly because we don't have enough wood again. Still, probably, so it might be another load of wood production being put in. The question is where. There's a load of space over here. Actually, this might be quite a good. Could put in tree growings down here, because we don't need to do anything too complicated. The only extra infrastructure the tree growing needs is a supply of seeds, so it's just a handful of assembly machines, and we can use the more modern ones for those. Yeah, so turning Tristan's new system along here, from where he's growing. He came in and he basically doubled the tree production, but he's turning all of that directly into wood pulp, and we're not pulling any of the wood out of this. But it turns out we still need quite a lot of wood for lumber. And so we're not producing. Yeah, we're just not producing enough lumber over here. And the wood is still being used up somewhere. What's that being used up for? Oh, over here for crushed wood for. Why is this still running? Haven't we run out of iron yet? Oh no, there's still half a tank of sulfuric acid, so we need to use. Yeah, we need to burn through all of that and produce just sort of crappy little amounts of plastic. Probably. Yeah.
Mark,
Could make wood in
Yes.
space and drop it.
how would you feel about
Oh, boink, no
swapping the modules in there for quality ones,
Sure.
or with potentially with a new machine?
No.
We've got 2,200 of them, so I think that's probably enough of a buffer. So yeah, just switch them straight over for quality, I'd say. What was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, over here, the limiting factor is very much going to be the wood production. We're not turning wood into pulp here because we've got enough at the moment, and it's circuit control to make sure that we don't have, based on the amount over here on these belts. So it is just that this quantity of wood coming through here is insufficient. Now, I assume, yeah, we don't have full belts anywhere around here. So even though these are only wooden belts, that's just the rate that this wood is produced at. Something screwed up here.
Mark, are you
That's
happy with this station?
So,
That.
I just upgraded it.
yeah, why not? Sure.
So the naming convention is fine.
Yep.
There we go.
Cool.
So I think putting in another copy of, essentially, basically just a copy of this over on the other side is going to be the way to go. Let's drop that in. It's going to take quite a long time to build, and then we'll also think about getting some extra power in here as well. So I want all of that, at least as far as there. There's weird stuff happening with the power for this, the fuel coming in and the seeds coming in. So I'll do that separately. I'll also flip it round so it comes out on the right-hand side, because that's going to be more useful. We're going to bring in, we want to bring in some cliff explosives as well, I guess. So if I put you there, no, yeah, actually there, no, there is all right, because that means we've got the full growing area. But actually, I'll move it down to like that, just to make sure there's a little bit of space for extra belts, because you never know. So I can put that there, like so. In fact, no, let's put it there, like that, and then copy this bit. Get rid of that. Copy, put it in, put another, then I can make these a little bit longer like that, and yeah, like that. Why not? Let's just go a little bit all in. So we get a little bit of restricted growth on this one, but never mind. Then I can't tell what's going on under here, which is a bit of a shame. But I'm thinking I could probably get in another column of these down here, another row of these, sorry, down here. But I'm going to need to make sure that the belts do the right thing. As it is, I've already got it coming in on the bottom. That's a little bit awkward, but never mind. Maybe I'll put in some splitters on the end and put in another row like this one. That's to there. I'll put this in. I think I can't tell. Right, so that goes down to 1 square below that dead tree. That's the dead tree. That is 1 square below that. So I'll put that there. Is that lined up? I can't tell. No. So if I put that in there, that should all line up. I also want to remove all of these cliffs because they're going to get in the way of valuable growing area. So get rid of all of this. We'll sort the area out down here eventually. But yes, we also need a lot more power on this planet. Now, the question is, are the accumulators getting up to fully charged during the day? 2.5 gigajoules. No. So we're short of solar, not necessarily short of accumulators. That's kind of nice because solar feels more productive to put down. So I'll grab that much of it, I think. We'll shove this in over here. In fact, this is all... It isn't utter nonsense because this is actually genuinely a stone mine. But it's kind of nonsense. And the way it's being fueled is definitely nonsense. Let's get rid of all of this. But let's make sure the peat goes somewhere useful first. So do I have any yellow chests? Are you going to get placed? No. Okay. Am I going to have to borrow one from somewhere? Steal one from somewhere? And I could get the construction bots to load up a yellow chest, to be fair. Or, oh, do I have any blue chests? That's the other possibility. Blue works just as well. But why am I doing like this? Why don't we look in the logistics network and search for chest? Nope, don't have any chests. I have 50 yellow chests scattered around the factory, which you'd think would be enough, but apparently not. Am I putting stuff that doesn't matter in blue chests, in yellow chests? I've got these silly pipes. I've got burner inserters. I don't care about those. Let's swap those out for wooden chests. Then I can put in a yellow chest over here.
There's a stuck train over here.
It's blue. Must be Lance's fault.
is that? It has 26 left. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Why would it do that?
Yukon logistics filter to beat like that. There we go.
I mean, it's not a big issue solving it. It's just like, why?
Yeah.
Is
Did you? Could that be the one of the manual trains?
Open it up, see if you can read it.
Is it dropping for cogs?
Yeah, you did talk a little while hours ago about having a train that was full of molten iron that you didn't know what to do with. So it could be that one.
No, this is manually or automatically dispatched. A new one.
Okay. Water and solid fuel. Yeah, is the where do we get the solid fuel from though? I mean, we could potentially burn some of the crushed wood or the lumber or something like that that's coming out of here. We don't really have a supply of solid fuel on this planet. We could burn the peat, but I don't want to because I feel like we'll run out of it. Peat is not something we have enormous quantities of. There's no coal. There's no oil for solid fuel. There's a little bit of solid fuel coming out of here, but not very much of it, and that's going to stop fairly soon. So no, I don't. I think burning stuff for fuel on this planet is not the best of ideas. Right, that yellow chest has arrived, so I can now decommission all of this. I'm down to about here, and all of this. And maybe I won't decommission this bit yet. No, that's not what I want to do. That's what I wanted to do. Maybe I won't decommission this bit yet because we might need a few stone bricks coming through. So we'll leave that running for now. But all of this can be ripped out, and then I can. Well, I can't put this. I still can't put this in quite where I was going to. But if I put it in here, then there's still room to put in the drill. Is that lined up with this? Yes, but it's not lined up with this one. It's lined up with that. I can put it in here. There's still room to get better drills in on the remaining little bits of remaining stone patch. That wasn't what I meant to press at all. And there might be other stone patches around as well. Not really, actually. Nothing inside the. Oh, there's 2,000 inside the walls there. Not amazing. And there's 330,000 over there. But we don't need a great deal of stone. I mean, we're using a little bit of it over here to make concrete to make rocket silos. Other than that, no, we're not using any of the stone bricks there. We're using some up here to make walls. That's a very limited supply. That's infrastructure. And same with furnaces there. So those aren't particular worries. Bricks are going in here, again, for infrastructure type things. So again, very, very low levels of demand. Back along here. Yeah, so yeah, I think the amount that's on the belt is probably going to be enough for the foreseeable future. So hopefully we'll get. I don't know if we've actually got any solar on this planet. We'll pull some in on the Maluna transport at some point if necessary. We need to get some cliff explosives in, obviously, to get rid of all of this. So yes, someone said asking about using the Gleba things. Where are we? Yeah, having Spidertrons to run around on the planets and do stuff would be okay. I mean, we've got the bots who are reasonably good at going off and doing things, so they're doing reasonably well. True, yes, we could potentially have more wood growing and make power from that. Solar is pretty good though when we bring it over from wherever we've got some of it. So I'm reasonably happy to stick with solar at least for the time being. Yes, I believe Gleba towers will work for growing trees. However, at the moment we don't have them. We haven't been to Gleba yet, so that's an upgrade we will certainly have at some point in the future, I think. Hello, Team McIntyre, or I'll call you Derek. Yeah, things are going well. Yeah, we've mostly built. Igrys is now working nicely. We've got a steady supply of we've got a trickle of the science packs coming through. They're being made at about 0.6 per second, which isn't quite as fast.
We have our first science enriching machine.
Ooh, even more exciting. So we've got we've done a research to get the science enrichment center. There it is. That's a enrichment machine, former enrichment machines, in fact. And we believe these have a base. Productivity of plus 150%. Wow. Hang on a minute. It says it creates science packs 2 times more efficiently, and then it says that base productivity of 100 plus 150%. Those numbers don't really work for me.
So the 50%. So there's 50% because that tier of machine has 50% plus 50%.
Oh, I see. And then another 100. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. No. But...
No, it's slightly nonsensical, but never mind. Right. I mean, I guess we start sticking those machines in. Then we start replacing some of the labs, some of the machines making the science packs. Oh, you've already started taking some of the inserters out. Excellent.
Yeah.
So they are not labs, but science.
Yes, they are assembly machines
assembly
specifically
machines.
for making labs. Sorry, specifically for making science packs.
Okay, so basically replacing on, and they also work on knobs, right?
Yes, but they require magic juice in order to run.
Yeah, so we'll want a second city blocks producing like this at a higher priority.
Yep, gotcha.
As long as we can.
So,
Yeah, as long
Laurence,
as we can.
do you have thoughts about how to route the fluid up? Because I'm not against putting the pipes in between each of the machines, but certain people seem to not like that.
Yeah, because they do have inputs and outputs, don't they? Well, they have 3 inputs and 1 output. So it does suggest you are intended to use the output to. Or we could put them in on a sort of a weird diagonal.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but that doesn't work.
It won't fit, but it'd be funny.
Yeah.
And it would make people angry, which is part of the reason to do it. That's a bit further over than it should be.
Oh yeah, I'm just doing that so that we can then do building.
I see. Because that would go there.
Yeah.
Boop. And then we can say, do that. And then we mouse over it and we see a productivity of 150%, which is pretty good. I approve of that. But we do need to bring in the magic juice in order for, look, the output at the top has disappeared.
Oh, okay, so you can't pass
So you
through.
can't do that. Interesting.
Okay.
It is a big enough
Fine.
machine though that you can just do the you can do
That.
this.
Oh, you're doing it that way around. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was putting it on the left. You were putting it on the right. Doesn't matter.
There's fewer inserters on the right, but yeah, as you say, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
So that would be a functional system.
Right.
I'd complain, but I did exactly the same thing to Sophia a minute ago. So, all right, that's taken up less space than we feared. So that's which is nice. If these machines could hurry up and finish, then we can start adding in the better machines. Oh, we should put more productivity modules in them anyway, though.
Yes. Good point.
Oh, it takes 1 module. I'm used to advanced machines taking about a bajillion of them, and then so I chucked a module at it, and it went, all right, I'll have 1. All right, then.
That feels harsh, but also it's got its own 150%.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I don't actually mind. So now it's 154%. Whoop-de-doo.
Do we want to nudge it up 1 more space since we've got the space for it?
I sort of didn't because I put it in at the level that was just below where the faffiness with the belts is happening.
Okay, yeah.
So it was a sort of a slightly thought out position to put it in, but only slightly. Some of the science packs have been taken away.
Oh. Okay. That'll sort it out. Any that are in the system will be brought back.
Okay. I mean, yes, I know. I just made it do so. I'll just stand here because you need my modules and go back and have another look at Lignumus. Yeah, so it's 150% productivity, plus 150% productivity, and a speed of 5, I think we reckoned. Yes, it's a speed of 5, although we've knocked off 5% of that with the productivity module. So yeah, they're quicker and they're better. The problem is they require magic juice to be piped into them, and magic juice you only get on Igrys, so which is why we have a barreling plant over here to take the magic juice and put it in barrels, and then we get all these colourful barrels coming out, which is lovely. And then in theory we can then take that off to other planets. So there's quite a bit of logistics and infrastructure required if you want to have it actually start making, if you want to do other ones on other planets in these machines.
It doesn't, Mark. No, that would be horrifying.
It would be kind of funny, but also horrifying.
I mean,
You have made me paranoid, so yeah, it doesn't sound
yeah.
Good job on making him paranoid, though. We appreciate that. So yeah, we're going to need. So we are going to need to start bringing in the magic juice at the bottom down here. What sort of speed do we want to target? Because this is obviously going to be much quicker than the other one.
Oh, yes,
we're at 1 already.
Okay, so what you're saying is we're basically done.
This is already faster than we were before. Yes.
Let's go for two a second, just
to be gratuitous.
It's available, and yeah, with the productivity, that'll.
Ooh, the belt can. It's going to be kind of in the way. We may have to have a gap in our science machine.
Mark,
Yes.
if you could take a peek at the station names, the overview for all the names that we have, are there any that you are unhappy with that you would like me to adjust?
You mean doing a quick check if there is anything that you missed, or?
Yeah, or if there's anything that you are unhappy with and want changed. Because I'm on a roll.
Yep.
Is it a bread roll?
Scan around.
Yes. No, it's a crunchy one. Crunchy roll.
I'm not sure I approve of things being built from my pockets. It's a very strange sensation. What's this?
Oh, that's a wooden belt down there, apparently. That's just loop back the.
Oh, I see.
That's back just to get so they'll get used up.
Yeah. Okay.
I've turned the belt,
No,
so
seems fine. Oh no.
Yeah.
What's there?
There are a few that are like this one,
Wait,
without any names.
yeah, without anything like this one. Let me.
Right.
So there are 4 stations that aren't named properly. Let me ping those for you. Maybe you could.
I can find them. It's fine.
Why is this belt rotated? Yeah, that belt. Okay.
because that was the last machine before.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Right, so checking that. That should be just over 2. Yeah, just over 2.011 per second. Oh, well, not they disco-y. We just need a DJ Spidertron next to it now.
I'll fix those, then, Mark. All right.
Yep. Thank you.
Right. So after all that effort trying to get enough construction, enough throughput of all of the ingredients for all of this, we've now multiplied the amount we're getting by 2.5. So everything's way out of whack. We're going to have oodles of everything, but that's probably a good thing then, because it means we've got lots of the. We should end up with lots of the tesseracts for making the strong barrels and the diagonal inserters and all kinds of other exciting stuff like that. Right, I am going to suggest that it might be time we draw the stream to a close, because it is approximately tomorrow.
I'd like to build this last silo, but yeah, otherwise.
Silo. Oh, that one over here. Okay. Okay, I'll start doing my sort of outro then, because yeah, thank you very much everyone for watching. This has been Laurence Plays Planetary Pioneers, and we have been busy out on Igrys once again. And yeah, we've expanded the stone production by about 50%, and we now have enough stone coming in, and we have enough stone bricks. That's probably part of the reason why. We have just about enough. Well, the conductive bricks are actually they're stuttering, so that's good. We've built up rocket fuel productions, quite a lot of that. Mike has finished off the purple science production going on over here, which has meant we've been able to start making the mineral science packs, which means we've been able to research the glass rocket silo, this guy over here, for launching stuff off this planet. And we've then been able to research the big exciting machine you've just seen us put down, the science enhancement machine, which is getting us that sweet 150% productivity boost at the cost of a certain amount of magic fluid. Now, I don't know how much it uses. So it uses 2 magic fluid each time it runs. I'm guessing that's probably going to be the same for everywhere. And a barrel, how much does a barrel contain? Barrel contains 10 magic fluid. So each barrel we ship out is going to allow us to do 5... oh no, it's 20 goes into it, sorry. No, 10 goes into it. So each barrel we ship out is going to allow us to do 5 research, and a rocket contains 100 of them. So that's 500 research per rocket. 500 research packs per rocket made with 150% productivity boost. So in a way, that's 500. That's 1250, 1500. Yeah, 1250 science packs will come out for each rocket of fluid we send, which is pretty good actually. We'll just have to see what sort of rate we can be making it at over here, and when we start to have issues. Mark has produced a system over here for producing the Cermite. That's the this stuff, which is the one that decays over many hours, and there's a timer system over here running so it can do most of the decaying at the faster speed, where it does it over 2 minutes instead of this one, which does it over 5 hours, which is nice. Then that's being brought away on a belt over here. We don't have a great deal of this at the moment. There's dribbles of it coming through on the belt, but it's not something we can produce particularly quickly. And a lot of it is being taken to be made into the strong barrels, and then down here to be made into the shiny shinies. So I feel like that covers this planet. Is there anything I've missed? I mean, there's been expansion as well. We're making a lot more copper down here as well, for example, for the conductive bricks. We're making more copper over here for everything else that needs copper, and then making quantities of everything for making the rockets. I like the... Oh no, we don't need blue circuits for the rockets. Interesting. So we don't need blue circuits.
Yeah, we do. They're on the right.
Oh, we do. Yes, we do. They're on the other side. Okay, never mind. I got confused. So yeah, we need an extra thing for these glass rocket parts. So we need the magic glass as well. Yeah. Over on Lignumis, I've done very little. I've tried to put some extra trees in here. That's going to be something we'll actually finish off another time. And stuff has been done on Norvis. I don't really know what's been done on Norvis because I've not been here. Would those of you who've been playing with Norvis like to give us a quick summary?
Yeah, I finished the northern expansion. 3 additional rows. I started last time.
It's huge. Is that now protecting our? Yeah, so we're now our artillery at least is protecting our pollution cloud. So that's good.
Yeah.
We shouldn't get any biter attacks. Lovely.
We actually are. I don't know why and where from. So somewhere here, they are coming over.
Okay, maybe there must have been an expansion, I guess.
Yeah. Then Zephyr built this new LDS system.
Oh nice. So this is the newness of this is our first one that's been using the molten metals, is it?
Yes.
Very nice. I see it's been beaconed down the middle as well.
It is heavily hindered by the fact the throughput of the copper. Yeah.
Do you mean the rate that the molten copper is being made at?
No, that we can output it from the trains, basically.
Oh, I see. Ah, okay.
So you're saying some copper productivity would help here?
No, LDS productivity.
Oh.
It's train unloading speed, basically.
It's
train
from the fluid. Yeah.
Yes, it's the speed the train can unload the molten copper at. Because yeah, it's all gone now.
Yep.
I like the roundabout here for cooling purposes.
Yes.
I think it's might be worth making a new, because these copper liquid station hasn't been refilled in the meantime. So it might be worth to redesign the whole thing to do crushed copper to molten copper directly.
And not output any
no
plates.
plate output.
And then you could put in twice as many then, quite easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one is producing molten, let's see, 2,300 molten, that block. And the new LDS block is wanting to use 6,000, so...
Yeah.
Wow, so we need 3 of these blocks to keep up with the LDS block alone. Now, is the LDS block filling buffers and then will probably calm down?
Yes. It's overproducing, but still.
We'll end up, we might grow to use it later, yeah. I can't find it again, but never mind. Cool.
Yep, I'll add it to the list for next time. Anything else meaningful? I don't think so. Mike
was messing
Well,
around.
I mean, I think it's meaningful because I put a whole lot of time into it. I fixed the fluid stations naming convention and parameterizing them properly so they actually work.
Okay, is that what was breaking the was that what was breaking the mold fluid drop off, or was that what was breaking that iron train you had?
The iron train, yeah.
Right. Okay.
The mol fluid thing was actually Mark's fault, even though he doesn't remember.
Okay. So I've got a question in chat. Does ore to crushed to molten to LDS benefit from copper productivity? I don't think it does. No. But it does benefit from LDS productivity, and it benefits from being made in a foundry. I can't find it now. It'll be up here somewhere. There we go. It benefits from being made in a foundry, though, which gives you that 100% productivity, and then it's got some productivity modules in it as well. So it benefits from the being made in a foundry. Alternatively, you could make the copper as plates in a foundry, and then make the LDS from in an assembly machine. And then you would benefit from the copper productivity and from the LDS productivity and from a foundry. But I think these recipes use less molten copper than you would require in molten copper to make the plates to make the LDS the old-fashioned way. It's certainly the case that it's better to make copper cable in a foundry than it is to make copper plates in a foundry and turn those copper plates into cables in an EM plant. I did the maths on that, and it turns out doing it the simple way is better than doing it the more complicated way. And yes, the ore crushing has a productivity bonus, yes, but we'd have that productivity bonus anyway if we turned the molten copper into plates and then turned those into LDS. But my gut feeling is that I hope it isn't better, and even if it was better, I think this is much neater. So I'd be tempted to stick with it anyway. But yeah, it might be worth doing the maths, and maybe I'll do that for a video at some point, because it's something I'm now slightly curious about. Also, a part of the reason you're getting through quite so much molten copper is you've got all these speed modules in there. So these machines are running at a crafting speed of 14.4, which is pretty quick. And the copper melteries are only running at 8. So they've not been boosted as much. So a few more, if you do another copper melting area and then beacon it to the same sort of extent that you beacon the LDS production, you may find it sort of balances out a bit better. It'll produce 50% more anyway, which is a good start. EM plant becomes better at higher levels of productivity. Yeah, maybe, I suppose, yes, you're getting more machines in there, so with really good productivity modules. I can see that being different, yeah. My impression was what I'd worked out in my previous run, and that was based on vanilla. Sorry, that was based on no quality, because I didn't have legendary much at the stage when I did it. Okay, is that the lot? So, I mean, I don't mean to say that is that all you've done way. More of a, is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I wind up the stream? And that goes for you as well, Tristan, if you've got anything else we haven't touched on. But I've been working more closely with you.
Green science production on Igrys. That's it.
Oh yeah, I added a new green circuit something here. Yeah, new city block, and I added a second iron station for this design because one station isn't able to put out to output for blue belts continuously.
All right. Maybe you should bring it in as molten iron and then make it into plates on site.
Yeah. Could
But,
do.
oh well, never mind. Okay, cool. Yeah, that does look like you only half used the city block, but then that's the way they go. So it's yeah, understandable. Okay. Cool. So yeah, we've had a productive stream. I mean, the stuff we've done out on Igrys is going to be the headlines because because it's the big new exciting thing with the new technologies and so on and so on. Oh, what we get? Oh yes, and I need to go and raid someone. I thought you were telling me that somebody was raiding. That would have been really unfortunate timing. Yeah. So but before I will go on and raid. Yes. Thank you both. All right. What was I saying? Yes. So I'll. Excuse me. I shall be back on Wednesday for another Foundry stream. Please come along and join me then. We'll be playing with building some assembly lines there. So that's where you have you've got lots of little assemblers making parts of big robots, and then this sort of massive gantry of rail goes across the top, and then machines that bring the parts in and clip them all together, and you make massive robots that you then send off to sell somewhere in the outside in the universe somewhere. So that's going to be fun. It's new tech, and it's going to be completely different to anything in any of the other games I've played. So I'm looking forward to playing with that. There'll be videos coming out on Thursday and Thursday certainly, and hopefully Friday if I manage to make another one, which I have every intention of doing. I've got a few ideas now, especially as we've unlocked some new stuff out here on Igrys. So there's always stuff to hopefully always going to be plenty of stuff to talk about. Right, and then we'll be back next Monday, of course, at 7:30 PM UK time. So please come along and join us for that as well. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, and if you're watching on Twitch, please hang around for a moment or two because we'll be going off to raid somebody else, and I'll see if I can find somebody else who's playing Factorio. I doubt if there's anyone else playing Planetary Pioneers because it's quite niche, but there might be some people doing some space agey stuff. So we'll go and see if we can find them. Thank you very much for watching, and good night, everyone. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Please don't forget to come along to the Foundry because that's good fun too. Good night, Regular. Good night, Quagor. Good night, Ink. Good night, Aereo, and everyone else.
Night, chat.
Night chat.
Right, let's have a look. Raid. I have no idea what game that is, so I won't go there. Let's look some Factorio. Yes, that Factorio. Come on, Twitch, be quicker. I really should get other people to go off and find things for me to raid. Let's drop in on this one. He's only got 5 viewers, so it'll be fun to go and invade. Right, thank you very much everyone for watching. The raid will be starting in 10 seconds. So he's made red and green science so far. So we're going to go and accost a noob. Here we go. Bah, no talking. I should have checked more carefully.